Cincinnati. Finally, New York. Glamour job, Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Write Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Coca-Cola has the taste you never get tired of. Always refreshing. That's why things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke.
In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
Believe it or not, we have over a mile of inspectors at the Volkswagen factory. More than 7,000 men who have only one job: to keep an eye on the way Volkswagens are made. And there's no nonsense about them. They reject a Volkswagen, or part of a Volkswagen, for little things you might never even see. And when one of our inspectors says no, it's no. That's why you'll never find so much as a blob of paint or a stitch out of place on a new Volkswagen. An inspector finds it first. Frankly, not every car we make makes it. But any car that gets to the end of that long line of inspectors is a Volkswagen.
This is the art season in New York. At the Metropolitan, the Guggenheim, the new Whitney Museum, Museum of Modern Art, and here at the elegant Wally F. Art Galleries, where art lovers see a show that marries art with fashion. This abstraction, called Caperland No. 1, is not a painting and it's not on canvas. It's printed on Caperland nylon and can be worn. So fashion models walk through the art galleries wearing chic dresses in the same prints that are framed to hang on the walls like old masters. And what's more, this art is washable. Leading dress designers think the bigger, the bolder, the wilder the print, the more artistic the dress, such as the dresses styled by Cobb's Corner. And the same bold prints look even more so in dresses for little girls by Tiny Town Togs. But is it really art? Or is it just another fashion fad? Maybe it's both, now that a posh art gallery gives its nod of approval to the print explosion in fashion today.
Your attention, please. Please do not smoke in the terminal building. Smoking is only permitted in the specified smoking areas.
Zach.
Thank you.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate. Niggas don't know what to think. Thought I get money, you change. What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas that leave me alone. Talking about niggas as though you run with niggas who don't know you. Whoa, I made that zagging when city to city. You niggas not hot in your state. If it was money to get a hit Henny, we get it and never complain. Same go for the gang, and we put it up all the same. I can't really eat, let's stay straight, cause we go way back in the day. My day ones from back in the day, they still hang around me today. You wanna come round us, you can't. I'm rolling up loud, it's great. But mama, she bad but complain, cause I'm too in love with my dreams. And I gotta get on the plane, and go get this money with cash. I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I get the bag with the gang, taking that Zach to the bank. Henny be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out. Me and my niggas take different routes. Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert, it's just my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls, while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I make them hot, I make them shiver. Xerxes get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, They hear me talk, I make them feel like their bullshit ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. That mic flip though. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. I am your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast, and as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. We've got another great show lined up for you this evening. Of course, we will be talking about that right wing fuckface known as King Xerxes, and I'm sorry to bring the castle crumbling down, but I know a lot of you have recently been excited about discovering King Xerxes. Oh, he's just such a wonderful atheist. Oh, he's just chopping up and tearing down creotards and theotards and philosophatards left and right, up and down, but I am here to spoil the motherfucking party because this moron is not capable of demonstrating the functional intelligence required to sit at the big kids' table from here on out. All right, so before we get into this fucking menage a trois of awful, let us go ahead and take care of our communion. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flied for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. I got that whiskey today. Oh, that's definitely, you gotta be able to sit at the big kids' table for that. All right. Almighty then. And of course, let's do a double dose of that communion song, y'all. Let's go ahead and do this right. That OG Roddy, baby.
Whoa. Is that? Hey, what up? They know my campaign. Now they running up on Roddy like it's second place. They wanna know if I'm a prop or I'm the real plane. Landed in Austin and I even brought my own strain. Gang, yeah, fuck is they talking about? Link up with Freddie, got it booming cause it's Mo South. Then we hit the spot, my OG had it packed out. Getting love in every city, what it's all about. Facts, yeah, know when I'm back home. At the blueprint eating chicken with some bad Jones. And they bad, but not like the one that's at home. And she bad, but not like them kids we had, Lord, yeah. I'm still up in my mode. Hit my connect, he make the close, I run the give and go. Just ask the ones who fucking with me if you didn't know. They say the plane was always on it and he always gone. I love you, I want to.
Catholic fastback, story of my life.
I can't take it anymore, but I love you.
Appreciate you, Maya.
I need you. What can I do to make you see? You're the only one for me. I told Jay I'ma just stick to the code. He wished me well and told me how he been noticing growth. Told all my niggas down on Serato, let's get this dough. Figure of speech, I'm just saying my niggas gotta glow. Yeah, I thought I changed up, but in fact I just got better at the same stuff. Even when I was a minor, I was major. Independent, I remember how they played us. Yeah, you see it's funny though. See how everything changed, getting money, bro. Seen them even throwing shade when it's sunny though. On the plane, I ain't even in a lane though. Yeah, but I still be on the road. Head to toe on all my merch, I'm smoking at the shit. And they booking Henny too, I gotta bring my bro.
Get some merch.
Wonder if and
we
when
gotta
I stop
fucking around, start to get that airplane mode. Pocket locker, mix up merchandise. We gotta get you y'all official airplane mode shirt.
But I love you, I need you. What can I do to make you see? You're the only one for me. I love you, I miss you, I need you in my life. Can't you see what you mean to me? Baby, come hold me tight, I miss you.
Sorry, y'all, this community is growing and going, and there's no more freeloading on our way to taking over the internet. If you want to become a member, please do sign up at the link in the description. If you want to drop some ducats into the golden plate, like one-time donations, there are additional links in the description. But otherwise, folks, it is so important that you please do like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Appreciate all y'all support. Let's go ahead and get into it. That's what I'm gonna need for y'all, if y'all enjoying the vibe. But look, this that Foy Vein. So let's get into our theme song where everybody knows your name. Let's get it.
And he's going to play us out. Foy, you're going to play what to finish us up?
Do you know what? I don't know the name of this song actually, but I know the song, and so will you.
Oh, look forward to this. Foy Bands, take it away.
Cameron Bennett, 14th. It's not gonna cut it, Cameron. It's not gonna cut it, Cameron.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Caterpillar was first, 10,000 pocket change.
And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail.
Much goat love for you as well.
And your little angel hung the cat by its tail.
Hung the cat by its tail.
Your third fiance didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
And Liz Allen was stirred. Appreciate you, Liz.
And you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Boy, Vance. Most common word coming in by text, boy, is goosebumps. Believe it or not, we've had that repeatedly across a whole series. If you want to see Foy Vance's cheeky grin when he sang the line, "When you find your girlfriend is a guy," you can go on the website. We'll upload a video of Foy singing that. If you want to see him live, 6th of December in Roisin in Galway, 7th of December in Whelan's in Dublin, and the new album is Joy of Nothing. Foy, thank you again.
Thank you, man.
All right. Let's go ahead then. So, what's up, y'all? A lot of y'all may have seen the clip we're gonna be getting into today, but I'm also convinced a lot of y'all maybe haven't. And to be honest, I had kind of caught wind of this conversation. I don't really remember how. Somebody brought the shit to my attention, and I was really listening to Xerxes talk to Doug, and the conversation was problematic to say the least. But to be honest with you, Xerxes just wasn't anybody to me. And then my main man Joel hit me up when he found out about it, and he was really troubled. And I'm sitting there like, okay, what's the deal? And Joel kind of explains to me that apparently Xerxes is some kind of counter-apologist who he's recently discovered, but feels like, the man was doing some good stuff and he enjoyed the way he goes at Christianity. And so he literally, like so many of us do, found it hard to believe that someone that seems to be this intelligent, this functional, this capable of putting it all together in a creative and effective way and absolutely dismantling the type of religious nonsense that we're dealing with in this world, somehow has such a gaping fucking blind spot in the epistemology of their motherfucking ontological, axiological worldview, or whatever the blase and the flavonoids is, that they seem to be a right-wing fucking retard, unbeknownst to them and everybody else in their fucking rooms. So it's like, all right, cool. So I haven't really got into the man as a fan because I don't really know, but you know, I heard a little bit around the way. Some other people seem to be familiar with the dude, so I'm like, oh, okay. And then of course I woke up because I've been thinking about doing this for a few days now, ever since Joel talked about it. The only thing I didn't know if we was going to do it live or if we was going to do it on like the members only. But I got a couple other things for the members only, so I was like, yeah, let's do this week live. But we was busy over the weekend over the conference. Anyway, I woke up this morning and Nitty dropped a short about it, so we might visit Nitty's short. I thought Nitty's short was fantastic. Check out the boy Nitty, link in the description. Also, just want to shout out all my co-hosts, man. Got a lot of support from them over the weekend, particularly Uncle Bobby and my one black friend. I know probably a lot of y'all were disappointed, so disappointed. I know you woke up on Sunday and there wasn't a blackout and there wasn't a hot program and y'all was like, holy shit, what's going on? But nah, I was just wanting extra time this weekend to make sure I had plenty of time to prepare for the presentation at the conference. So I hit them up, let them know I had the opportunity, and they were cool about it. But shout out to my one black friend. Shout out to Gin and Truth on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out the link on the links in the description. Of course, I think James Apperson is down there. So yeah, man, check out the links in the descriptions for the rest of the content creators in the community. And with that, let's go ahead and get into Fuckface Doug and King Xerxes having a fucked up ass conversation. Now, look, if y'all don't already know, Doug is one of, if not the most weaponized content creator we deal with in our community. And now a lot of y'all think that that's hyperbolic, but I don't know. Is it really? It seems to be like, I don't know about the way most of y'all deal with morality, but for me, like I always say, there's like a basic thing where people fuck up and they at least try to get away with it, or they pretend to feel bad when they're confronted. Doug's the type of asshole that really just wants to antagonize and bother people for his own entertainment, which is pretty much the definition of a bully. Which, like, cool, I don't know if that's what you're into, but it's just amazing how a lot of people seem not really up to code on what they're dealing with this cat and how much he's going to seize the opportunity every chance he gets to bring other people down with him, which, man, y'all, I don't know, maybe he shouldn't go away as much as I want him to. Because isn't this kind of enlightening? That in a way, Doug helps us realize who the other fuck faces in our community are. Who else we need to fucking deal with? Who else really we need to go upside their head? Man, I feel my temperature rising. I feel myself getting the anger vibes already, man. The anger boner, I can feel the anger boner coming on, y'all.
Notice that a lot of my friends get upset with me when I mention, but it's sort of the.
Wait, we're not doing this right now. Hang on, wrong video. Oops.
Thank you. Yeah, they're a lot of hard work. Yeah, I recently had to give up smoking to maintain them. Now I wanted to talk to you about this this thing I'm starting to notice that a lot of my friends get upset with me.
Also, we're in
when
the
I mention.
cafe.
But
Links in the
it's sort of
description and pinned to the chat.
the vindictiveness
Get
and
your
the
ass and
vengefulness
gather.
of the people on the left. Like, I don't see this a lot with right wingers.
Stop
Like,
fucking
I might
around
think
being
you're
a
stupid,
YouTube
but I'm not
user.
out to get you. These people
All right, let me
are
rewind
obviously
this up. Shut up,
get
shut up, shut up, shut up. Look at this. He already
this
sitting on some
thing I'm
bullshit.
starting to notice that a lot of my friends get upset with me when I mention. But it's sort of the vindictiveness and the vengefulness of the people on the left.
All right, see, we got to pause the tape. That's why I had to rewind it. Look, let me just put it to you. Hot tag, I got to pretend. Hot tag, what I just did was I tagged in my main Bruce Wayne, okay? And Wayne likes to tell motherfuckers all the time, okay? Something that I'm going to remind you of right now. You have no idea what it would be like if we actually wanted the vengeance you speak of. And it's interesting that they're so afraid of that vengeance. And why is it? Because they know if we did to them what they do to us, it would be on until the break of dawn in a motherfucking absolute fight to the death with no one spared. I am talking about some absolute Yahweh-inspired biblical shit, and I do mean spare no one. But luckily for them, like, it's never been about that for us. And it honestly really never will be. That's how badly, pay attention, y'all. I'm about to make a very important point that you're gonna miss. That is how badly motherfuckers just want to be left alone. That the fucking generational history of oppression that you continue to deal with every fucking day of your life, that these motherfuckers, when they stop to take just a second to think about it, and think about what would happen if you tried to extract some vengeance from that shit, actually are fucking terrified for, because they realize we will find ourselves in a destructive conflict, the likes of which humanity has never fucking seen. And the reality is, it's a complete fiction of their fucking imagination, because since the beginning, it has always been about this is how badly motherfuckers just want to be left alone, that most of us are really like, we just ain't got time for that shit. Just ain't nobody got time or energy or the mental capacity to be even bothered trying to get some vengeance on y'all narrow asses. We just want to be like, oh, you finally willing to leave us alone? Great. Thank you later. Please go on about your business. Stephanie's in the building. What's up?
I'm just here for the screaming. I might chime in. When we went over this thing a couple of days ago, boy, oh boy, was it hot. Oh, man. I've got a few thoughts.
All right. Let us know, Steph.
I don't see this a lot with right wingers. Like, I might think you're stupid, but I'm not out to get you. These people are obviously out to get us, and they don't make they're not hiding it. They're just flagrantly telling us, yeah, we're going to make you submit. We're going to force you at the barrel of a gun to comply and accept us.
I just can't. What do you mean I may think you're stupid, but I'm not out to get you? No. We find ourselves in this conflict precisely because they're out to get our people. What? Like, and this is the type of playing ignorant that I find it. And this is, again, something I'm sure Wayne has strong feelings about. Not only intolerable for someone to do, but I find it completely unacceptable for anybody to allow. Like, if somebody wants to say this type of shit to you, you know you're dealing with a person who does not care about reality. There just is no world in which we find ourselves in this situation because black people just won't leave white people alone, and trans people just won't leave straight people alone, and atheists just won't stop persecuting Christians and making it insufferable for them to practice their faith and completely dominate the government. And oh my goodness, y'all, can we please talk about how the radical left just won't stop being completely obstructionist towards the just humble conservatives who are just always trying to do the difficult work of supporting the will of the people. I mean, if we're gonna allow this to pass as half of the conversation, then let's not even bother to have the conversation. And I get what's difficult. Here's what's tough, y'all. It's hard to really stare evil in the face. It really is. But here's what happens. Just like a snake oil salesman, just like a door-to-door salesman trying to sell you some fucking bullshit, there's this entire class of people, and their existence depends on taking advantage of your good nature, of your tendency to be respectful, to be polite, to be permissive, to avoid conflict. And so this is the thing that we're dealing with. When people are on this tip, you're allowing them to play stupid so that you can be comfortable. Pretending that, oh, if only they knew better. If only they had a more informed perspective. Well, I can't judge them. I don't want to beat them up. I got to meet them where they're at. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. These people know exactly what they're talking about. And this is very clear and deliberate gaslighting and victim blaming and narcissistic behavior, and the list goes on and on. Toxic, whatever you want to call it. But there comes a point where you have to be willing to draw the battle lines. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I know, heal the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. But what you got to realize is not everyone is willing to participate. And not only that, some people are not willing to go along. And there is nothing, and I do fucking mean nothing, in case that isn't clear, that you can say to them or offer them to convince them to change their fucking minds. Because they don't need you. They don't care what you think. They don't care what's right. They don't care what the consensus opinion is. They don't care who's hurt because it's not them. So at some point, you have to realize, as much as you wish everyone wanted to go along and get along, that is not who we are. I'm sorry. I hate to burst your little optimistic bubble, but you got to be real about the situation you find yourself in. Do you think dogs are good or bad? You think cats are good or bad? Lizards, good or bad? Snakes, good or bad? If you recognize a dumbass question, congratulations. I was asking a dumbass question. Obviously, they just are what they are. Good ones, bad ones, tall ones, small ones. People are the same fucking way. So why insist that people are good for no fucking reason, without any fucking evidence? It's just wishful thinking. I'm not here to say that there aren't any good people and there isn't a tremendous amount of great. I'm just trying to say the fundamental essence of the human species. Why would I don't see any reason to assign an inherent moral value to the default human being that pops out into the population. I just take it as I see it. I think there's some real great, wonderful, inspiring people that make me contemplate the merit of living forever, if only to continue to experience the influence and joy of the people I genuinely love and care about and can't even describe how much pleasure they bring to my life. There are some other people, unfortunately probably equally as many people, who I am thoroughly convinced are thoroughly committed to being the enemies of progress, to the point that I am now satisfied to tell you I genuinely think the species is better off without them. Yep, that's what I said. I literally what? Fuck off, white boys. Y'all want freedom of speech, right? Y'all don't want to be censored. Y'all don't want to be deplatformed for stating your fucking opinions. I'm okay. I don't know why we don't believe these people. When one of my advisors, fucking the wonderful, beautiful Judy Brown Clark. You should look up y'all Judy Brown Clark if you want to hear a fucking story of somebody that will just inspire the shit out of you. Always say the same thing. When somebody shows you who they are, believe them. It's the simplest advice, but it is terribly profound. Because we are so conditioned to make excuses for motherfuckers who keep trying to tell you there's no excuse for it. They keep trying to be like, this is who I am, this is how I feel, this is what I want, this is where I'm at. And then you're like, well, you go out of your way to undermine them. I got to be honest with y'all. Why don't we treat them the same way we treat marginalized people? Right? Well, what do we say? Believe women's stories. You know what I think? I think that's a fucking fantastic idea that I literally cannot find a reasonable reason to go against. When we tell you somebody is needing to correct or alter or even fucking remove their particular, gender or sexual expression or whatever, what do we say, y'all? Believe them, accept them, and from here on out, go along with what they're telling you. From here on out, they are who they just told you they are. So why is it when a motherfucker takes their hood off at the end of the day and say, I really don't enjoy walking around with the extra 8. I just want to take my mask off and reveal to people that I don't like these people. And I think these people are fucking assholes. And I'm a fucking bigot. And I'm a fucking right-wing retard. And I'm not an idiot. I'm not a fucking moron. I'm not uneducated. It's not that I haven't thought through the fucking issues. I've heard these people out. I've thought through the fucking issues, and I just don't give a fuck about these people. Why are you tripping over yourself to explain to those of us who are just listening to these motherfuckers and taking them at their word that they're somehow better people than they just told you they are? Why is it believe trans people, believe queer people, believe women, believe black people about racism, right? Believe everybody about who they tell you are. But when a motherfucker reveals themselves to be a motherfucking asshole, oh no, all of a sudden deny their identity. No. Have at it, motherfucker. You want to act like a piece of shit? I will be happy to treat you like you were said piece of shit. And part of that is, oh my God, wait for it. It doesn't take a motherfucking PhD or 2 to figure it out. That means I genuinely think we're better off without you. Grow the fuck up and get over it. Especially these assholes, especially Doug. What happened to being dead inside? What happened to not caring that the motherfucking world hates you? I hate you. Deal with it. I think you're a fucking bigot. Get over it. I think we're better off without you. That's not a fucking crime. It's not a fucking threat. It's my motherfucking opinion. I'm not going to do shit about it. It's what I think. I think it sincerely. But again, it ain't a threat because I'm being very clear. I ain't going to do shit about it. But my opinion is we'd be better off. And by better off, let me be clear, we'd all get along just a little bit more harmoniously. There'd be a little less hate in the world, a little bit more comfort and motherfucking prosperity if motherfuckers like this would just go away. But they won't. So fuck it.
It's not just let me do what I want in the privacy of my own home. It's you have to you forcefully participate in my self-image. And if you don't, you're morally wrong for that.
Yes, absolutely. You nailed it, motherfucker. 100%. Yes, that's what the fuck this is. How the fuck would you like it if we misgendered your ass every day? Huh? How would you like them apples? Call you she and her? How would you feel then? Would you let that shit slide? How many times would you let it slide? Be honest, y'all. How many times would one of these motherfuckers walk right up to you, somehow reveal you, tell you a story, whatever the fuck they say to let you know exactly which pronouns they use, and you use the other one, and they just let it go? How many times would you let it slide? I'm gonna make this real clear. We're gonna go over or under 1, and I'm taking the motherfucking under because I'm not a fucking idiot. They would not one single time in their entire lives let someone get their shit fucked up. But they think it's supposed to be okay to fuck everybody else's shit up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm on that tip too. I'm on that tip too. I am going to tell you a perfect example. I have a masculine self-identity. Not like some uber alpha male bullshit nonsense. Like, I'm just like, whatever. I just genuinely feel like a dude. I wake up in the morning feeling like a dude. Sometimes you feel like you got nuts. Sometimes you don't, right? And I see myself as a cis het male dude, right? And I do see myself as feminized. Y'all know this sexy boy. You know what I mean? Gotta have my pretty hair. You know what I mean? Used to get manicures, used to be very metro. You understand what I'm saying? But part of it, for me, is emasculation is a real thing. Yeah. You can say some shit to me. You can do some shit to me that will literally make me feel like you're somehow insisting that I'm not living up to being a man, or you're deriding my manhood or something like that. And y'all, I'm not here to pass judgment on anybody that feels different, but I literally can't help the fact that that bothers me. Like, severely bothers me. If you say something to me or treat me in a way that I feel like is emasculating, I'm going to have a problem with it. To the point that I might just totally fade on you. Like, if I'm not that close to you, I might just fade on you. And if we really close or intimate or some shit like that, oh, I'm definitely gonna let you know you've stepped all the way out of bounds. Because again, I genuinely can't help the fact that I feel bad. It feels unacceptable to me when people do that shit to me. And I don't enjoy seeing other people do it to each other or to do it to other people. What's my point? That's where I'm coming from when I say I don't think these motherfuckers would be okay with that shit. I genuinely just don't think they would be. And so how they sit up in here and play stupid like they don't get it is fucking ridiculous to me. Because it's not even about whether you identify as some of the groups that are most affected by this. It's not even about that. This is a particular thing that in some sense we all have our own experience and connection of. And whether you're strongly identify with something or not, you certainly understand how strong of a part of the experience it is, right? Because either, you know what I'm saying, like it's a thing for you, or it's not a thing for you, and you recognize how much you got to deal with that. So nobody's fucking ignorant of this shit. Nobody doesn't get what it's like to clearly, want people to understand what you're about, who you are, how you see yourself, and to be disrespected based on, your freedom to fucking have a positive identity when it comes to things that have nothing to do with your personal character, right? Like, and so it's just ridiculous, just fucking ridiculous.
I think you're being a little hyperbolic. I do think it goes both ways, at least somewhat. But I do think that people who lean right are a little more tougher skinned. And so there is a need from more people on the left.
Wrong. And some of y'all lefties, here's what we're here to expose. Your boy Xerxes an asshole and an idiot. That's the theme. But some of y'all, this is just your friendly, semi-regular reminder that Fuckface Doug is an asshole. He's not some kind of brilliant ass motherfucker, and we don't need him in this space of dealing with religion or counter apologetics or whatever the fuck this motherfucker brings to the table. This community no longer needs, and this is pure evidence of it. He's a bad example, y'all. I'm gonna be honest with you. Doug makes us look stupid. It makes us, honestly, when Doug has his interactions, I'm starting to side with the Christians, y'all. I'm being facetious, but seriously, like I don't know how much smarter he is than the average creatard. People on the left are a little bit more sensitive. People on the right have thicker skin. Are you serious? Again, when was the last time the left tried to pass a bill against the lives of the right? Oh, wait. You fucking serious? Y'all are literally passing legislation to control other people's pregnancies. Y'all literally lose your shit over whether or not people who, check this out, are not fucking you want to continue or not continue their motherfucking pregnancies. Y'all motherfuckers are snowflakes that you want to go to the Supreme Court to fight for the right to party. I'm fucking kidding. To fight for the right to not to make fucking wedding cakes for gay couples. Y'all motherfuckers are literally taking us back to the days of the Third Reich, where we have empty fucking bookshelves because you cannot stand the thought of the elementary school library, a place you ain't never encouraged your child to go to with your non-reading ass. Because there are fucking tales of gay penguins adopting a fucking penguin. Would you imagine that? A tale that, by the way, most of us find to be cute and cuddly as shit. And on some seriously awe-inspiring March of the Penguins, but a little bit more interpersonal than that. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that shit is beautiful. And it's a children's book. It's all animated and the penguins is looking all cute as shit. And y'all literally used it as an excuse to ban books. Y'all, I am so sick of them acting like it's the left who's got a sensitivity problem, dog. No. We don't talk about these things. We don't care about these things. We are the people who are fighting because we're unconcerned about these things. Y'all are the fucking snowflakes. Y'all are the ones who won't leave other people alone. That's why we're here. Fuck out of here with this bullshit.
To want to be loved, and people on the right say, you know, you don't have to love me. But I think, like, I talked to Stephanie, and I'll probably play a clip of it.
Oh no!
Who's a trans
Steph?
Who
Oh no!
Really wants to be viewed in society the way she views herself.
Could you imagine that?
And I kind of get that, but in
I
another sense,
kind of get that. But in another sense, you don't.
Just assume the world hates you, and just as long as they don't touch you physically, you'll be okay.
Okay, well, all right, you already done fucked up, because let's be very clear. I think I probably speak for a lot of quote-unquote trans people. Like, I don't like, seriously. But, like, what do you mean? What do you mean just be happy they don't touch you? Have you talked to trans people? Ask them if they've been touched, Doug. Cause I'm pretty sure most of them are gonna tell you a tale of some pretty fucked up physical shit that's happened to them. But setting that aside, again, I want to be very clear about a lot of you Doug fans. You're letting me down. You're letting me down because a lot of y'all keep saying shit like, well, he's brilliant and he's a genius and he's just so smart. And I'm like, you must be a fucking idiot. Because the man literally just said out of his mouth, okay, so I talked to this person named Stephanie Helms. Oh, so you actually did have a bona fide conversation with an actual intelligent transhuman being. Good, congratulate yourself. Now let's see what you learned. And they just want to be seen the way they see themselves. Oh my God, yes, yes, amazing, amazing. That's it. That period, we're done. All right, all right, we're about to go home. And then the motherfucker continued. No, Doug, that was it. That was it. They want to be seen how they see themselves. That's it. Let's go. Bye. That's it. And then he continued. You was literally packing your shit. You get ready to go home. You was putting your coat on and shit. Like, all right, I'll see you next week. Right? And then the motherfucker continued. I kind of get that. Well, what you mean? What you mean you kind of get that? But so you don't get it. Well, what you mean to say is you don't get it. And that's the part that I was thinking about getting ready for this, y'all. That's the part that really fucks me up. At the end of the day, there are two severely fucked up things going on here. Number one, motherfucking fuckfaces like this don't realize we don't give a fuck what you think, white boy. I'm just keeping it real. That's what a lot of us see. That's how we feel. You can take it or leave it, but that's what the social dynamic is. That's what's going on right now. You have to understand that. Let's think about it in a different context. When was the last time you think NASA, SpaceX, the Russian army, anybody like that, even fuckface Donald Trump's Space Force, hit Doug up, right? And they were like, hey, Doug, we're about to have a critical operation here. We're about to launch a rocket into space. And we just wanted to make sure that everything's good to go with you. And Doug was like, well, I'm glad you called. But I really don't understand how the engine of this particular rocket plans to handle its deceleration operation on its strategic planned landing. Oh, well, sorry about Doug. Cancel the mission. No, Doug doesn't understand. Yeah, we're gonna maybe next week, next month. I'm not sure yet. We got to just indefinite hold because we got to make sure Doug understands first. All right, Doug. We're gonna send a team over on Monday, and we're gonna start to break it down. No. When was the last time the fucking team, the secret lab team, and the fucking food sciences basement? Shout out to food sciences. The food sciences team in the basement of fucking Wendy's was cooking up a new fucking spice compound for their latest greatest fucking chicken sandwich, and they were like, "Hey, Doug, can you come over and sample the new shit? Because we've got about $20 million in advertising that we're about to throw into, throwing out these new chicken McNuggets, but we need you to come over here and sample, because if you don't like it, if it's not good to go with you, we're just gonna cancel the whole shit, right? Nobody cares what these people think, and they really don't get that. They actually believe in their minds that the whole of humanity should actually hold the fuck up and wait for them to tell us that they understand before we can proceed. I cannot think of a thing I care less about than what they understand or don't understand. The second part of this is, did y'all just hear the motherfucker basically confess he doesn't understand that 2 + 2 = 4? Because that's what I heard. I am tired of acting like this is a complex issue. There's so many sides to this. We've really got to have a debate. Let's take a look at history. Well, what does science say? I got to be honest with you. You don't need to know anything about science. I listen. I appreciate the fact that this is one of those issues that when they need to defend, people are like, look, I'm going to the motherfucking science. I'm going to get the best evidence possible, and I am going to shred this hatred all the way up in the best way possible. I applaud you for that. I really fucking do. But you really don't need all that. You don't. You don't. What you do is you just say, shut the fuck up. Okay? Yes, we're going to drag you kicking and screaming. The plan is to force you, by hook or by crook, to treat people the way you need to treat people. Yeah, you may want to be an asshole, but the rest of us are sick and tired of it, and we're no longer going to tolerate you being an asshole. So really, if you can handle stop being an asshole, you are prepared to adequately address this issue. You don't need a PhD. You don't need to fuck around with the Ivy Leagues. You don't need to be on JSTOR or Google Scholar or none of that shit. I'm sick and tired of acting like this is somehow a complex issue. It's not. We're done with this. And we're done with motherfuckers who don't understand.
Right?
I just genuinely cannot fathom how anybody could genuinely believe, that the world, society as a collective, owes them some sort of acceptance.
Oh, fuck am I doing? I'm over here fucking up.
And so I just want to ask, was that last bit of the clip you played when Doug name checked me?
Yes.
I'm sorry I missed that.
Yeah, we can go back. Let me
or appreciation,
can you hear?
Or tolerance.
I can't hear
you know what? I think it's because you might have Myronbot muted. Let me switch over.
Oh, do I?
I don't know. Or maybe he's not doing his thing. Maybe I gotta mute him. Who knows? Let's see. I got him muted. Whoops. Guess whose fault that was? Mine.
Right.
Surprise.
Surprise.
All right, let's go back. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate that. And actually, I felt bad earlier because I started my meeting earlier and didn't have the setup right, so I wanted to apologize for that and appreciate when people let me know.
Genuinely cannot fathom how anybody could genuinely believe, that the world, society as a collective, owes them some sort of acceptance or appreciation or tolerance. That's just not true.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that they're really setting themselves up for failure when they peddle these sorts of beliefs and ideas.
Well, that's what we talked about rights as well. Like a lot of people on the left will emphasize the rights.
Hang on a second, though.
Some ideas.
Well, that's what we talked about.
Myronbot's not in the room. What is with me? What is Myronbot's not in the room. Myronbot, where? Oh, see, I'm fucked up. Myronbot is still at the fucking office. Come on, bot. I done fucked up. That's why. I've been fucking up this whole time. You know, bad boy means good weed. All right, so now he's here. Can you hear him?
Rights as well.
Like,
a lot of people left will emphasize the rights part, and a lot of people on the right will emphasize the responsibility part.
All right, here we
So
go.
but they both go hand in hand, rights and responsibilities. But rights come, like if you're an atheist, rights come from people. They don't
Can't
come
hear
from-
him?
Nope.
What the heck? Microphone.
Oh, I've got him blocked.
Oh, you did have him blocked? Okay. All right, awesome. In communication, communication is a two-way street. All right, so let's see. Also, why is my screen all wackadoo? Oh, there it is. You can see it. All right, that's good.
Apologies to all of you folks out there in TV land.
Oh, I think we're good to go. Actually, there's appreciate it.
God.
Oh yeah, now the echoes. All right, I'll take care of that over here. I got to mute my arm up. Oh, there we go.
A God. And so
all right, there's a great
even,
point here. I wanted to give you a compliment. Here
regardless of whether you believe they come from God or people, what you when they peddle these sorts of beliefs and ideas?
Well, that's we talked about rights as well. Like,
hang on a second.
Appreciation or tolerance
here it goes.
owes them some sort of acceptance or appreciation or tolerance.
Boom. This is what I wanted to say, Stephanie. He heard acceptance, appreciation, tolerance.
Yeah.
Acceptance, appreciation, tolerance. The three things I don't normally associate with being fucked up. Acceptance, appreciation, tolerance. And he thought of you. It's just amazing. He's got such a bone to pick with those things. And whatever you did to him, all somebody's got to say is acceptance, appreciation, tolerance. And fuckface Doug's brain is at a place where it goes, you know, this one time I talked to this Stephanie Helms, and boy, did she ever want to be accepted, appreciated, and tolerated.
That's all.
I just want to see. It's not all bad, Stephanie.
Would be one good first step, maybe.
Yeah. As far as Doug knows, you are the champion of acceptance, appreciation, and tolerance. When he thinks of those things,
I must be one of the good ones.
You've got the gold medal.
That's just not true.
Yeah,
and I mean, I think that they're really setting themselves up for failure when they peddle these sorts of beliefs and ideas.
Well, that's what we talked about rights as well. Like a lot of people on the left will emphasize the rights part, and a lot of people on the right will emphasize the responsibility part. So but they both go hand in hand, rights and responsibilities. But rights come, like if you're an atheist, rights come from people. They don't come from God, a God. And so go ahead.
Regardless of whether you believe they come from God or people, what rights do I have as a non-trans person that trans people don't have? What am I legally allowed to do that they can't?
Well, with the Stephanie person I talked to, she would say that she wants an F on her driver's license, not an M. And so you have
an F on my driver's license and not an M, and you all want to take that away.
All right, now this is a key difference. Go ahead. Yeah.
This is the neat little trick that they're pulling here. We're demanding these rights. We already have them. We already have them. And the legislation is being proposed to take them away. We are already there. We're not demanding anything, except perhaps we shouldn't be eradicated.
100%.
Okay, Mr. King Xerxes, in your purple robes and your rock-ribbed abs and your great big strong arms, Mr. Xerxes. You want the right to sit around in your goddamn throne pretending you're the king of Persia. I don't want that, right? I just want to walk in the world the way I am. And I currently can. And you all think it's a big fucking imposition to the extent that you'd like to take those rights away. So tell me, great king, who's being the demanding SOB in this situation. You want to change my birth certificate? You want to change my driver's license? You want to change my passport to something you don't even know even ever existed? King? Because you've got your head stuck up your ass? Give me a break.
Yeah. And what rights are they not trying to take away? They want to take away your ability to play sports, your ability to perform, your ability to teach, to be taught about, your ability to marry, and where your ability literally to access your health care, the actual health care you need. And again, how many days would Doug or King Xerxes be okay with us putting an F on their driver's license? How many days? Again, I bet under one.
I don't want to be. The trick here is the one that they're pulling, that somehow or another trans people are demanding things they already have. I mean, if you play if you play Nitty's clip where Katie Montgomery talks about this, it's the basic. We already can do these things, with or without official recognition, and you want to make that stop. And I just don't understand you're equivocating here. You're making a case for discrimination where discrimination does exist, especially for those people who don't pass. But the people that are going to be there are more cis women affected by loonies if they're masculine presenting. There are more cis women affected by loonies in the bathrooms than there are trans women, to be honest.
Wow.
I mean, it's just stupid.
Well, which is awful. I mean, just awful shit. Okay, Maya also said, I can't believe he asked that. He has no clue that trans people risk being harassed to death every time they leave their house. Does he? Ought not an individual be allowed that basic right? And that's what I mean. I don't understand why we have to pretend that people like this are having an intelligent conversation. This is just bigotry outright to me. To me, I just see hatefulness here. I don't even see a real effort to get around it. I just see an effort to do it in a way that's publicly acceptable. And what scares me is how acceptable it is to the public.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I'll be honest, that the evolution in law as regards trans people has been over the course of the past 25 years or so. I transitioned 25 years ago, and back in the day, one did not get one's birth certificate amended or one's driver's license corrected or for that matter at the time one's passport changed. Now there's actually a non-binary marker available on U.S. passports, which is great.
Yeah.
Back in the day, it was medical transition was absolutely essential. Otherwise, none of those documents could be changed. And it's still the case in certain jurisdictions in the United States. You can't amend your birth certificate or get your driver's license or any of that shit. So is that the change you're objecting to? I mean, you're basically saying that you're basically going to the position that Trump's Department of Health and Human Services proposed but never passed. They were trying to get it done in the last days of Trump's presidency, where HHS proposed a regulation that would have said that sex is immutable and assigned at birth. And that's what they want to go. That they will enact that if they take the government. they will absolutely. That will be a change in HHS's regulations, which will affect all trans people.
It's just not, and again, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. It's not true. It's a law based on a lie. It's not true. Sex.
Well, you're the biologist, and well, no, it's not true, and it's not true according to the American Medical Association, according to the American Psychiatric Association, according to the Gynecological Society, according to every major medical organization. It's not true according to the United Nations. It's not true according to boards throughout Europe. It's not true.
Right.
And so, I read an op-ed in the New York Times that said it was true. I read a Barry Weiss column with one intake worker at St. Louis Children's Hospital who has a bone to pick with trans people, who doesn't like the way that treatment is being provided by medical professionals. She's a paper pusher and she doesn't like it. And she lost her job because she was harassing trans children.
Wow.
I mean, but that's okay. And somehow these guys feel like they're getting canceled? I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think they're getting canceled at all. And what they are doing is they're cherry picking every fucking interaction. And I'm amazed that Doug name checked me in this whole thing. But I'd still love to have a conversation with a guy to try to get a little bit more nuance. But if all you're going to do is cherry pick every little statement, I'm so demanding because I want to be recognized as I am. I don't want to be. I already am. And you want to take that away.
Absolutely.
And it's like, hey, listen, man, that's not the issue. Is not my being demanding. The issue is your being demanding that I go back into my closet.
Right.
I mean, I was not
100%.
at all active in trans issues until HHS made that proposal for regulations. At which point, I basically, a number of people in my past know my history, and I was like, "Hey, look, this is really deadly. It could have very, very bad impact on my life, and if you're my friends, please have my back." And that's when I got active, because I was perfectly, from basically the first years are the hardest years, right? And when you go through transition and all of that, the first years are definitely the hardest years. But after like 4 years or so, I'd say, was the breakthrough moment for me. It's like, wow, well, it's just Stephanie. And most of the people I met, oh, it's Stephanie, pleasure to meet you.
Right.
And there would be there were like 2 incidents where people who just wanted to be dicks about it just had to tell my new acquaintances, oh,
wow,
she used to be blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you gotta be that big of a jerk.
Yeah.
And really, that's what these guys are being. They're just being jerks about this because they have an ideological devotion. I don't understand the roots of them from either. I haven't talked to Xerxes at all. And, I don't know what Doug's problem is either. It's like, why do you have this insistence?
In a sense, I think for some reason they deconverted from Christianity, but they didn't deconvert from conservatism. And ironically, it almost seems like they are very much like the Christian apologists they criticize, where the same way I say Christians just want to be Christians, and they just refuse to let go of the whole ideological framework, they seem to be the same way with being conservative, that they're just so committed. I don't know. That's part of it for me. The other part of it is I think they're bad people, right? I don't. It's like a chicken egg problem. I don't know if it's you're in the group and you refuse to leave the group, and then you're hooked up to the bad ideas because of your group identity, or if you seek out or adhere to that particular group identity because it's the one that offers comfort and affirmation for your particular prejudices.
Yeah, super shout out to Liz Allen in chat who confirms. Right, Stephanie, I'm cis female, but I've been screamed at in restrooms or told to go to the men's. It happens.
That's
frequently.
awful. This is
stupid.
fucking awful.
It is. It's rooted in misogyny. It's rooted in the demand that women present in a certain sort of way. And it's it's a very, very curious thing.
Absolute trash.
If a feminine presenting guy is in the men's, it is really fucking unlikely that he might get picked on, or he might get some snide remarks, but he wouldn't be told to go use the ladies when he's standing at the urinal, would he?
No.
No. That's not part of the culture, but it is part of the culture because women enforce gender stereotypes on other women and are ranking them in terms of their presentation and in terms of the way they walk in the world. And that comes from patriarchy.
100%. Wow.
Anyway.
Crazy stuff. All right, let's go ahead with this. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I appreciate that.
The right to identify with your biological sex, and she doesn't. She wants not to. But I do agree with you. If you break your arm and a trans person breaks their arm, and if you have health insurance, or even if you don't, you're going to get your arm fixed. If the 27 amendments to the Constitution apply to all citizens of the United States and even permanent residents. So, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I really struggle when someone says they're taking away my rights. What does that mean exactly? And maybe someone can hop in and tell me and be very specific. What do you mean when a trans person says they're taking away my rights?
Again, is anybody going to sit here and tell me he doesn't understand that, one, let's go life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Let's just keep it real easy. Don't have to read too far in, all right? Let's just go life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. You not recognize how trans people are being derived of that every day? Even the threat of that is deriving someone of that. How can I pursue happiness if I don't even know that it's safe for me to do so? So that just no. I don't care. I don't need them to point out the statutes or whatever bullshit he's talking about. But if you wanted to, again, Doug, are you not aware that they're trying to prohibit their participation in sports? That they're trying to ban books over these issues? The list goes on and on. I don't think so. I think this is and I got a different take on this too. Because I did want to make it clear that I don't believe him. Flat out I don't. But the other thing I want to say is fuck him and everybody else who talks like this. Because what I really want to say is, how dare you? Like, seriously, how fucking dare you pretend that people have to point out chapter and verse to you? Doug does this to anybody that ever confronts him about anything. You could say, hey, Doug, you said this shit on your stream and it really bothered me. He will go, well, did I say that today? Oh, well, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to show me what video and the timestamp where I said that. As though you are now accountable for remembering his entire streaming catalog and just be able to point out the timestamp and video where he says anything you have a problem with. And this is that same shit. If a motherfucking trans person tells you their rights are being taken away, as far as I'm concerned, isn't the theme of where we're at with progress. We believe people unless we have good reason not to. What seems to be the problem? It's like a black person tells him, oh, I've dealt with racism. Well, what racism? Doug, I don't owe you my stories. I don't owe you a fucking testimony of my trials and tribulations so you can validate my existence. You owe me to not invalidate my existence. Period, end of story. And it's the same shit here. The audacity is what needs to be called out here. That I refuse to accept. And then again, the audience. To have the audacity on your right-wing show where you ain't probably going to even talk to nobody other than right-wing fucking morons, to then sit here and act like unless this right-wing moron right here can give you chapter and verse on the rights of trans people that are being attacked, then you can just dismiss it. Because you and this other person completely unaffected by the issue can't seem to think offhand of a particular statutory example. That's a real piece of shit move.
You know, another curious thing about interactions in the realm of activism in this space is that you're right, Jay. We don't owe our stories to people who want to understand. Well, tell me, I don't understand. Could you tell me? So you can ask. No trans person or black person or any
whatever it is, yeah,
any other person is obliged to indulge your probing. They can choose to, or they can choose not to. And from the point of view of someone who chooses to do so as a means of trying to communicate honestly, in a lot of spaces, the communication falls on deaf ears or gets misinterpreted. Maybe that's the fault of the communicator. Maybe it's the fault of the listener. I think in Doug's case, it was the fault of the listener when we had our interaction. Because as I said, it's not that I want to have, new privileges conferred upon me, aside from the ones that I already possess. It's that you want to take them away because you don't believe they are worthy of being conferred. That's the problem. You see? I mean, it's like
100%.
I already got this stuff. Why do you want to take it from me? And it's, oh, well, she's so demanding. No, I'm not. I'm not. Really not. Honestly, you're just flipping the whole thing around. And it's a clever bit of jujitsu, and you see it in the pages of the Atlantic, you see it in the pages of the New York Times, you see it above the fold, you see all of this stuff, and it's just ramping up and up and up and up and up and up, and it's a real pain in the ass.
No, I think that's a great point. I appreciate that. The other thing that bothers me, and it bothers me about a lot of apologists, and that is
in the chat, by the way.
Oh Lord, that's sort of what I see in going on. But He's been told, and I'm sure he's been told to his face multiple times exactly what the issue
I
is.
just want to say to Xerxes,
and there's tape on that.
Jay's far more pissed off than I am, but I'd love to have a conversation because I don't think you understand.
I mean, we're in the cafe, so he can call in if that's what he wants to do. That's what this particular space is for.
Well, like, so with the whole driver's license thing, do I, a male who's like barely 5'10" on a good day, have the right to put 6'7" on my driver's license? Just because I prefer the world view me as though I'm 6'7"?
Yeah. But then this all gets.
What if I was like 400 pounds and I wanted to put 195 on my driver's license? Do I have the right to force people to view me in a way that I clearly am not,
100%.
regardless of how I personally feel on the inside?
And again, that's the hatred right there. To take an example, and it's really where you can realize you're dehumanizing someone, because
What's a false equivalency?
100%.
It's not at all. They're not at all the same thing.
And yeah. No, go ahead.
I mean, it's what the documentation is supposed to be accurate, right? So if you're 5'2" and you want to have 6'3" put on your driver's license, doesn't match. It never will. So that's just such a it's totally false. I mean, these are identification documents. Now, I have no characteristics that would mark me as male physically. None. So my identification documents match my physicality. I'm 5'7", female, gray hair.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's accurate.
Yep.
So it's not the same
Yep.
as saying I am 5'2", male, blonde hair.
Right.
So that's the false equivalency there.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I wanted to say. You're identifying as something you're not with comparing as something that you are. And then the other point was just that it's helpful. It's what you should want. If in terms of identifying documents, which you want to look down at the document, doop, look up at the person, doop, and see the correct thing, you want that document, passport, license, whatever it is, to identify as the person would be found presenting to you in a public space. It's exactly what these documents have always been about. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, we're looking for Jason Bundy. That nigger's number one male. That number one male's 5'10", black hair, whatever it is, and that's what they're looking for. So you're exactly right, Stephanie. It just bothers me that they don't even recognize that it fundamentally undermines the purpose of the identifying documents, in addition to all the false equivalencies. But that's what hatred does. That's what bias does. It makes you say stupid shit.
I have the right to identify as an African American.
Or that, yeah.
Doug,
again,
bro, would you divorce? Just
fucking false equivalency.
Yeah, and look at the smirk on his face, because he's such a racist piece of shit that he thinks that was a fun one. That was a fun. Imagine me as identifying as one of them niggers. Number one males.
No, Xerxes, you're in the room.
Oh, is he in the room? Oh Lord, here we go. This should be fun.
Don't be saying that stuff in chat when it's not the case.
All right, Xerxes needs to be brought over to the stage. Already poisoning the well. That's what. All right, come on. All right, let's go. I'll be right back, Steph. I gotta go get Xerxes.
Yeah.
All right, Xerxes, can you hear me?
What difference does it make, Bridge the Divide? I don't understand that.
Xerxes, can you hear me?
It is what it is. I mean, it could be gender and no sex. It could be anything.
I don't think Xerxes can hear me. Hello?
Yeah, and Caterpillar just...
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to go over to the participants and you need to set yourself to follow me so you can go over to the stage.
There is no... Maya, you're absolutely right. There is no point in asking designation of birth. Lots of things can change. You know, if my driver's license had to reflect my identification at birth, I would be I don't know 7 pounds 8 ounces.
Xerxes, can you see the follow option? Right click on my avatar and hit follow. All right. I don't know where Xerxes went.
Oh Lord, now I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, no, we just had to go. I was trying to get Xerxes over here. They're struggling to figure out gather. It's always fun. All right, so all right, well, they're back. Let's see if they come over to the stage area. Looks like they're making their way over here. Making their way over here. Making their way over here. All right, there's the great King Xerxes. How you doing today?
Absolutely marvelous. Thanks for asking.
All right. Yeah, I assume you want to discuss this, or can we play more of this?
Absolutely.
Is there something you want to say, or can I roll more of the tape?
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, I mean, if you guys like, I'm here, so as opposed to rolling the tape, maybe we could just interact with each other.
Yeah, but sometimes I feel like that stops people from understanding what I'm responding to.
Okay.
No, I'm happy
If
to
you
interact.
insist.
I'm also happy to, is there anything on the tape that you think you might have overstepped somehow, or do you stand by everything you said?
No.
Or?
100%.
Okay. In which case, let's see what you said.
All right. Let me go ahead and.
What are you smoking there, Stephanie?
I'm smoking cigarette.
What kind?
American Spirit, yellow.
Oh my goodness! I gave up smoking about a month ago.
Good for you.
So-
It's a terrible thing. I'll probably give up smoking.
I know. I'm triggered right now.
I don't know.
Mouth is watering.
I'm 69 years old, so I don't have much more time on the earth. Tobacco companies can't get too much more out of me.
All right, let's go ahead and roll this. We'll roll this tape here.
I mean, Rachel Dolezal, Elizabeth Warren, coming up with their racial heritage,
Yeah.
which they don't actually possess. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, I talk to these people who believe in the gender theory, the transgender people and whatnot, and they never give me any consistent definitions or understanding of what exactly it is they're referring to. On the one hand, they feel like they're a woman. They believe they're a woman. On the other hand, there are no intrinsic, essential characteristics to being a woman. So if you're not a woman, how would you know you are one? How would you know you're a woman even if you are a woman? There's nothing intrinsic or essential to being a woman.
That's a good question, because when someone identifies as a gender opposite to their biological, what does that even mean? Like, you have to have a standard to base it on, say, oh, I'm not this, I'm that. But what does that mean? And usually that means something correlated to the biology. So it's very confusing to me.
Do we want to address
And
that
I've been
Sure, yeah, because it's bothering me. Like I don't understand why there's got to be a standard to identify, but there isn't the same standard to discounted. But go ahead, Steph. I should let you speak on that.
I'm curious I'll ask the Matt Walsh question of the king. Being a king, I don't know. I'll ask the Matt Walsh question. What is a woman, King Xerxes? King?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Mike was muted.
No worries.
An adult human female.
Pardon?
An adult human female.
Mm-hmm. I'm an adult human female.
And when I say female, I mean a person who possesses XX chromosomes. They were born with vagina,
Not all
ovaries,
adult
fallopian
human
tubes, a
females
uterus, and breasts.
possess XX chromosomes, but that's one indicator, yes.
That's begging the question.
It's not begging the question. It's not. It's a biological.
What is what would you define a female as?
I would define female in the biological sense as one capable of producing large gametes. But not all adult human females are capable of producing large gametes. It's another.
Okay.
It's another situation where I would define female as a whole spectrum of characteristics. That
So you wouldn't say there's any essential.
any one of, and you can't boil it down to one specific thing that
being a female?
includes all cis women and excludes trans women.
I'm not sure if they're having a connection issue or what. Can you hear us, Xerxes? All right. I think they're maybe having a bit of a bad connection right now. We'll go ahead and roll the tape. Stephanie, I thought that was brilliantly explained, and I'll let him respond if he comes back.
Well, you're the biologist here. I should keep my fucking mouth shut.
No, you should not. Not on this. That was perfect.
This started out as just like a genuine confusion or frustration for me anyway, maybe about 3 years ago. But, and as much as I hate to admit this, but I'm not a dishonest person, it has started to metastasize into a hatred, because instead of like actually trying to explain to me in a coherent way how this works, I'm just being told I have to accept it or else.
Or else what?
I'm like,
yes, because you're pretending you don't understand it, and that happens. It happens.
I'm not pretending.
You are. You're. Oh, you're back. That's good. No, you are pretending. You.
I'm not.
What do you mean?
I genuinely do not understand the ideological consistency behind this.
What? There's no ideological. There's no ideology.
Is a woman merely if they declare it? There certainly is an ideology.
A person is a woman.
If there wasn't an ideology,
as far as you know. As far as you know. As far as you know, yeah, a person is a woman if they tell you they're a woman. What's the problem? It's none of your business.
No, that's not true. There's plenty of people who tell me they're women and I know they're not.
Who?
I can very observably see that they're not a woman.
Who has told you they're a woman that's not a woman?
How do you visually see that?
A good example is an ex-coworker of mine who went by the name of Autumn.
Okay.
So I could very obviously tell that they are a biological man.
How? That kind of stuff. Good.
Sure, the proportion of their shoulders to their hips, their Adam's apple, their muscular density, their jawline, their facial hair.
Okay.
Were they trying to live as a woman?
I mean, as far as I'm aware, yeah.
Then you owed them the obligation to treat them as such. Period. End of story.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. You actually do. That's what.
No, I
that's.
don't. I'm trying
to explain. You said you don't get it. I'm trying to explain it to you. The rest of us have decided that that's what's owed people, and so we no longer care what you get and don't get. We've decided because this is a settled issue. People have been there, done that. The experts and the people affected most have figured this out already, that the best thing those of us can do socially is treat people who are living as a particular gender as the gender they're living in, because that might be part of the process. And since it's their medical, personal business, you are not part of that process. So it's not for you to determine whether or not they pass, don't pass, go, don't go. Your obligation is to treat them how they are asking you to be treated, because you have no reason not to.
I'm stepping away for just a sec. I'll be right back. You boys have that.
So no, sorry, Steph, I don't want to do that to you. I really don't.
No. I'm literally, I'm stepping away for just a sec.
Oh, okay,
I have a mission from God.
Okay.
The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and your ears. It was their final, most essential command. George Orwell, 1984. You're not going to gaslight me into denying what I can see with my own eyes. There are two sexes in the human species. There's male and there is female.
It's not true. Not everyone.
Yes, it is true.
Not everyone fits into that binary. I'm a biologist who studied the evolution of human sexuality.
There's another binary. There's another binary. You're either a human or you're not. Everybody fits into that binary. You either fit into the binary. You are either a male or you are a female.
We're not talking about the same subject. So the fact that I can define people as people or not,
I know,
people,
because you're intentionally trying to obfuscate. That's not.
No, I'm not. I'm distinguishing that identifying someone's species and having a conversation about gender and sexuality are two different conversations. Therefore, the fact that one is we can give people the thumbs up as human or not human is not the same as, oh, that means we can give people so you created a false equivalency and a false dichotomy, and so I'm just not going to accept that. And also, I'm here to tell you I'm an expert in this area, and I'm not willing to sit here and argue with someone who's not. This is your problem. You don't understand this because you don't want to understand it, and this will serve as evidence of myself, because I have a master's degree in biological anthropology in a lab that studies the evolution of human sexuality. And I used to teach sex and evolution at the university. So this is literally what I used to do for a living.
Wait a minute. I thought gender was a social construct. What does that have to do with biology?
Well, sex and gender are interwoven concepts. And again, if you don't understand that, I hate to say this to you, but you're
no, they're not.
No, they're not. You don't understand.
No.
What is
on
it?
This very stream not 10 minutes ago, you were saying they weren't the same thing at all. You're predicated on biology, or is it not?
Whoa. I thought you said you didn't understand. So is it that you don't understand and you want me to help you understand, or is it that you do understand and you're being an asshole and now you're going to sit here and tell me I'm wrong about what I went to fucking school for? Go ahead, be that much of a prick. Okay, well,
I don't understand.
So here's what you're going to do. I'm going to tell you. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you a learning opportunity right now. What you're going to do is you're going to sit your little narrow ass back in that fucking audience. You're going to listen to us break down this bullshit you said, since you said you don't want to come back on all of it, and you can come back after you fucking have a better understanding. Bullshit out of here. No, I don't need to ban his ass, kick his ass. Actually, I'll let him stay here if you want. Do you want to stay here or not? We're going to roll this fucking tape and respond to it. What do you want to do? Stay or go?
Yeah, I'd like to stay and defend myself.
All right, well, shut the fuck up while we go through this.
Or else, I'll get canceled on the internet, or else my
channel
should be canceled
on the fucking internet,
or else I will lose my job because I'll get reported by these people.
Yeah,
because I don't want to participate. I don't want to call somebody who is obviously a male she, her, because that's just not even a natural thing for me to do.
Well, can I give you some hope? I think it's peaked and it's now coming down the other side of the mountain. I think the pendulum's starting to swing the other direction. And I
feel like that's the case too.
Yeah, I think more and more people are saying this is ridiculous.
Wrong. Most people think you're ridiculous. More and more people think the stance these two assholes is taking is fucking ridiculous. What a bunch of bigots.
There's been a lot of snapping points in society as of recently because they pushed it just a little too far. Like what we see with, Leah Thomas, who's 6'5", 230 pounds, competing against female swimmers, none of which are bigger than 5'7", and you look at Leah Thomas or William Thomas, whatever, one of the two.
Leah Thomas, not whatever. Again, can't get that part right. Continuously, deliberately misnaming people. Go ahead, Steph. Sorry.
First of all, let's have a little corrective here. Leah Thomas is 6'2". Katie Ledecky is 6'1". You know who Katie Ledecky is?
I would assume she's a female swimmer.
Katie Ledecky is an Olympic gold medalist and is the best women's swimmer of our time. Who, by the way, I hope you are aware that Leah's pen record was broken just a week and a half ago by a woman who set an Ivy League record, and she happens to be 6 foot, I believe. So I realize there are touch points that people like to argue, but they very seldom argue with actual facts. They argue with exaggerations, as you just did.
What part did I exaggerate?
You said that Leah Thomas was 6'5", and that the best women swimmers are 5'7". That's bullshit.
No, I said the ones that she was competing against were like 5'7". And you can just look at them standing next to each other. The size difference is tremendous.
No.
The body shape is tremendous.
No. The woman who just set the Ivy League record was one of the people in the competition that Leah was involved in. And the best woman swimmer
what did you say her name was?
A whole 1 inch shorter than Leah.
What's her name?
Katie Ledecky.
How do you spell her first name? Is it Kity?
Katie-Lidecki.
My accent. Won't someone please think of the poor female athletes because they never do unless they use it to marginalize others. Go ahead, look it up. Let's roll this tape.
That person up on the stage with the rest of those girls, and like you can, the difference is so obvious.
Yeah,
like this is not a woman.
That's part of the reason why I say it's going down the other side of the hill right now is because of the issue of trans sports, and also just to be very blunt. It's because you have these really ugly people with beards wearing dresses and so forth. Like here's my advice to the trans community. If you want it to shift, only have try to really encourage really good looking trans people to do the talking.
That way patriarchal white dudes will find you more acceptable.
To get the most attractive people.
Well, yeah, that's the science. There's science behind that.
Like look at all the news anchors and stuff.
Look at all the hey guys. Notice how people whose lives it is just to be watched for a living are attractive, and people who are just trying to exist in reality don't hold themselves to that standard. Isn't that amazing?
I mean, you can take the Jack Phillips.
So the key is don't just be trans. Be trans and model attractive. That way you can be a full-time spokesperson.
Going on,
and then we'll let you in the bathroom.
Is anybody here old enough to recall Betty Friedan, who, by the way, hated trans women? But there you go.
Anyway, I don't, Steph.
She was a heroine of the second wave feminism, and she was very active, and she was routinely mocked for her looks. It's a feature of strong women to be mocked for their looks. I mean, you don't need to look too much further than I don't know, Michelle Obama, who was accused of being trans.
We've got people in the chat who've told their own stories about that.
Decade. You know, this guy won't bake a custom cake for a lesbian wedding, and they literally sought him out. They were looking for a baker who wouldn't do it.
Don't think that's true.
And
But
they
if they did, it's
this
called
in
a
court
test case.
proceedings. And they seek this guy out
every day.
and they just harass him for the next 10 years straight because he won't participate in their self-image. and then a transgender person wants to do it for a gender reveal party, and he won't do
All
that.
right, just for those of you following along, we're just going to set this up right now. Bigots and non-bigots are not on equal footing. The racist and anti-racist are not one and the same. Yes, there should and absolutely needs to be social consequences for the people who discriminate against people. Now, if y'all are going to be so thick-skinned and accepting of hatred and da-da-da-da-da, practice what you preach, motherfuckers. Because I hate fucking bigots. Get over it. But the difference is, one of us is right and one of us is wrong. And right and wrong are like oil and water. The motherfuckers don't mix. So if you're gonna come with it, but y'all don't ever come correct. Because you're wrong. The evidence isn't on your side. The science isn't on your side. Morality isn't on your side. Social consensus isn't on your side. History isn't on your side. So you got to sit up here and do what? Play dumb. You got to play dumb. Because any single direction you reach for truth will contradict your fucking bullshit.
And then she takes him to court. Or he takes, I don't know how they identify, but it's just this constant bombardment. Do what we want you to do, comply, submit, or we'll destroy your business, we'll destroy your livelihood, we will keep you from feeding your children. Bend the fucking knee, or you will just lose everything that you hold dear.
Oh, no.
Imagine, wait, RQ, I was about to say, imagine talking to some black folks about this. Nigga, I done been locked up for smoking some weed. For smoking some trees. They put my black ass in a cage. No concern about my family, my friends, my girlfriends, my motherfucking job, none of that shit. You know what they basically said? Comply or risk losing every goddamn thing. Oh, no.
And do you consider that moral?
Do I consider it moral? Not in the case of weed. But do I consider it moral for bigots to be canceled on social media? Motherfucking all day, every day. The fuck is wrong with you, dumbass?
For thee, but not
Bro, I don't know where you think you are, but if you're gonna speak up on my channel, you're gonna fucking interrupt me, you gotta say some intelligent ass shit. And you saying some bullshit. Don't sit up here and act like you don't know the difference between right and fucking wrong. And sit up here and act like there's the fucking equivalence between your bigoted bullshit and a fucking immoral fucking war on drugs.
And I also know the difference between a man and a woman, so.
I think it's
no, actually you don't. You've proved yourself that you don't. You don't. Did you hear that? Did you hear I say you don't? Did you hear that? Now tell me what it is, Xerxes.
Okay, so
do you not get it? Or do you not get it, or do you refuse to understand? Do you not get it, or do you refuse to be corrected? Because I just told you were wrong. You're now literally talking to an expert and the motherfucking people who live through it.
Women?
What?
What's the difference between men and women?
Bitch, Stephanie told you exactly how to define a woman. Did you not hear?
No, I didn't hear her tell me what the definition of a woman
Stephanie,
is.
go ahead.
I don't. Okay. Go, Steph.
Can't hear you, babe.
Stephanie, you're muted.
Sorry. I'm not Canadian, but I'm close enough. I'm in Maine. So I get to say sorry. I think that that when it comes to a strict biological definition, it would be a person capable of producing large gametes. That's one definition, but it does not apply to all women. And I'll say,
that isn't the difference between men and women.
Well, it's a biological definition because persons capable of producing large gametes also may not have an XX karyotype. So,
I'm assuming that when you say large,
you asked me to explain. I already said this once. And I would like to, bring the conversation down, shed a little bit more light than heat on this. And I hope you'll listen. Okay. I think most biologists would agree that the nature of sex in humans is a cluster of features and values. There are primary sex characteristics. Primary sex characteristic is that capability of producing large gametes as opposed to small gametes, which is to say eggs instead of sperm. But
Yeah,
again,
I know. So,
not all women can produce gametes of any sort.
well, that's like pointing out to those who are infertile, which would be genetic anomalies.
Well, but genetic variation is a thing, so you can't simply reduce human biology to pure genetics, because there is variation there. And so what I'm saying, Xerxes, is that a combination of factors, gamete size, chromosomes, secondary sex characteristics, which are mutable, and are affected by conditions in the womb as well. A whole cluster of factors go into determining biological sex, or the embodiedness of sex in humans.
Absolutely.
And so you cannot put together a biological definition of sex that would include all cis women and exclude all trans women. You can't do it. It's not possible.
And so why doesn't having XX chromosomes work?
So the question becomes, when you say who is a woman, to me, and I know you're going to, I am expecting that you will say that this is ideological, but it's not. It really isn't. The question becomes, who is a woman? It goes into both that cluster of characteristics, biological characteristics, and the social derivations that those characteristics lead one to be socialized as. So, it's gender is, I hate the phrase, but it's a social construct, because it is and it isn't. But society has developed over time different methods of socialization based on expectations of male roles and female roles, particularly in Western Christian society, Jewish society, monotheistic societies, societies based on religious scripture. So it's a complex problem. Now, and if you'll allow me to go on just a little bit longer,
and he will.
The question of how do some people, the best estimates now are between 0.5% and 0.5% and 1% of humanity, finds itself at odds at various stages in life, usually quite young, but not always, at odds with their internal sense of gender and their phenotype and the phenotypical aspects of who they are, and how they're raised. So it's not so much for those people, those individual human beings. It's a part of their experience of being human. It's not something. It's not something learned or taught or engendered in any way. Trans people generally have certainly never been encouraged to be trans. As a matter of fact, a lot of us struggled mightily to not be. And there's no ideology connected to it. It's simply a state of being. It's a different state of being that is extremely difficult to reckon with or explain, even to ourselves. It's really hard.
Okay, so really quickly, the first claim you made was that there is no way to define woman in such a way that would exclude trans women but include cis women. But the problem with that is
I said all, and all is really kind of a key word.
Sure, all cis women versus all trans women. The very fact of the matter that you're creating that distinction out of the gate proves that there is a way. What do you mean by cis woman? I suspect what you mean when you say cis woman is just what I mean when I say woman. I'm not creating that distinction.
Hang on.
Because I do not believe.
Hang on. Xerxes.
This is an adjective, bro. What the fuck? It's an adjective.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to answer something for me right the fuck now. And you're gonna have to answer it clearly and then follow up consistently, or we're gonna have to deal with that. And that is, you are talking to an evolutionary biologist who got a master's degree in a lab that studies the evolution of human sexuality. I've taken classes in human sexuality, and I have taught classes in human sexuality. And I have made my living every day working in a lab that does this research and teaches this. You are also talking to someone who is a trans person. Now, when your monkey ass rolled up in here with your bullshit, you sat up here and said that you genuinely do not understand. Now, I have listed our credentials not to beat you over the head and make you feel bad, but rather to let you know you are talking to some motherfuckers who are here for you and can help you understand right the fuck now. So now here is the question, and you're going to answer it very clearly. Is it true, in fact, that you don't understand this issue? In which case you're super excited to shut the fuck up and have it explained to you? Or are you here to tell us what it is?
I appreciate your passion, Jay.
Answer the question. Which is it?
Yeah, so I am confused by the proposition.
Oh, then shut up and get unconfused. Then hush up. Then listen. Getting unconfused, I didn't even hear what the fuck you said. Getting unconfused is listening. You're going to listen now. You're not going to tell us what it is if you're confused.
The subject material of the video that you guys are reviewing was me expressing my discontentment towards your vindictive and hateful attitude towards people who disagree with you.
Yes,
hey, time out.
I'm hateful towards you.
Hey, time out.
Xerxes, I assure you, there's at least one person in the room who's willing to have conversation.
And I would
love to have the conversation.
Hang on. Go ahead and let Wayne.
But I can't have the conversation when I'm being interrupted every 10 seconds.
Time out.
Wayne, hang on. Let Seffi speak.
I also just want to say that you did display a certain amount of passion in your talk with Doug, and
I did, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I personally would like to diffuse some of this angst, and I understand that there is great passion on both sides. Of speaking from the point of view of a living, walking human being who's lived and walked in in great satisfaction for 25 years as who she is in the real world before any of this shit blew up, starting in I'd say my own unveiling. I was quite successfully walking around without bothering with any of this absolute garbage for 20 of those 25 years. I just, trans people just want to live. That's all. I mean, we basically want to be left alone. And
maybe that's the truth for you, but that's not the truth for all of them.
In the midst of I said earlier before you came on screen, in the midst of a situation where I was able to transition without a great deal of personal work and sacrifice and a whole bunch of other shit, but not a great deal of social pressure aside from the pressure not to transition. I am seeing laws being passed to take away the ability to live that I was afforded in 1998, say. And that is the thing that is causing me great concern, because I don't understand what the issue is, because it hasn't been. And it hasn't been an issue until people began to be upset. So what is the problem, essentially?
The problem with what specifically?
What's your problem with my existence?
I don't have any problem with your existence. You do you.
As a woman, as a person, what is your problem with that?
I don't have any problem with you specifically. I don't agree with your worldview.
If
but
you don't have a problem with me specifically, what is the problem you have with the class of people like me?
That I believe it's false. I don't believe that a man can be a woman or a woman can be a man.
Do you believe I'm a woman?
No.
Why not?
Because you possess XY chromosomes.
Do you know what my
There's plenty of women who have
makeup
XX
is?
chromosomes and I'm not sexually crazed.
Xerxes, do you know what my chromosomes are?
Well, you've admitted that you're a trans woman, which directly implies to me that you have XY chromosomes.
I didn't. I asked you a specific.
If you're a trans woman, then yes. Yes, I know what your chromosomes are if you're a trans woman.
Yeah, that's the wrong answer.
No, you
Wrong
don't.
answer.
You don't know what my chromosomes are.
Okay, what are your chromosomes?
Doesn't matter. None of your business.
What are yours?
XY.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How are you sure?
Because I have a functioning pair of testicles and I produce semen.
Wrong again.
Are you aware of the fact that someone with XY chromosomes has actually given birth?
XY or XXY?
XY.
Was this a natural occurrence or did they receive like a surgical intervention to implant the uterus in their body?
Nope, God did it.
Can you name this person?
I would have to do there's one case and I would have to look it up. I think you could probably do the same.
Again, man, I just find it so baffling that people who say they don't understand things are so passionate about.
First of all, you can't document to me that, because you had functioning testicles. Have you had a genetic test?
Where's the paper for your functioning testicles, brother?
I mean, these are the questions that you seem to be wanting to ask. That everybody is going to need to be. Everybody is going to need to acquire a karyotype. Carry around a copy of a genetic test with their karyotype. in order to use the bathroom. Is that really a practical solution? I mean, let's think about it practically, Xerxes. I mean, I can't walk into the gents and whip out my dick because I don't have one. I can't, I can't strip my top off because I'd be arrested.
Okay. So I looked into the claim that a person with XY chromosomes.
Xerxes, how do you propose to enforce any sort of distinction on people who are trans? And I'm not saying, you seem to be rather fixated on women. Trans men, they do exist.
I'm aware of that.
So you want Buck Angel to use the ladies' room? Think Buck Angel would be happy with that?
I don't know who that is.
Well, you can Google him too.
Bathroom thing I don't care about. It's not what any of this is about.
Buck Angel is on your side.
Xerxes, I thought you said you didn't know what it was about. I thought you literally said you were confused because you don't know what this is about.
Why do you continuously straw man me?
That's not a straw man.
That's not a straw man, Xerxes.
No, what I said I don't know what this is about. What I referred to, what I said was I'm not used to having. I'm talking to Most High over here, who continuously strawmans me. What my confusion is how are we classifying men and women in a way that is coherent, consistent, and makes sense?
All right. Well, wow. I'm glad
By the way, Xerxes, Maya Atkinson in the chat has the documentation. Thank you, Maya.
I'm here. I'm glad you asked. Do you want to know the answer?
Give it to him, Jay.
Because the real answer is, in a way that clearly isn't about. It doesn't matter, right? Like I got people got to understand this. Biologists don't do what we do to help you with your political bullshit. You don't care to know what biology really has to say about this issue. And oh, by the way, let me tell you what biology says about this issue. It says you're fucking wrong. It says very clearly not everybody fits into two sexes. It says very clearly that there is a meaningful distinction, although overlap, between sex and gender. Yes, they are correlated issues, but that also gender is largely a product of social constructs. It also lets us know that there are far more than two genders. There is a spectrum of this, and this is mundane knowledge. We literally teach it to kids every day in biology classes across the universe at the world, which makes me think you've never attended one of these classes. And so I continue to find it hard to believe that people who have no qualifications or lived experience to understand these issues want to continuously tell the people who have lived it and studied it that they don't know what they're talking about. Now, if you want to talk about gaslighting, let's talk about that gaslighting. Or again, are you going to switch up and come correct, homeboy?
No, I would like to continue the discussion that I was just having with Stephanie.
Go ahead.
You keep derailing every time I go to respond to something.
No, you came at me and I responded to you coming at me. But go ahead and continue the conversation.
Goodness gracious. So the person you were referring to, 95% of their chromosomes were male, but the other 5% were not. This is a person, like I said, who was a genetic anomaly, which I predicted would be the case.
So majority rules then,
and
right?
They hold on. I'm not done. They did use medical intervention to get her pregnant. This was not a naturally occurring thing that just happened. She didn't have sex and reproduce naturally. No, she had to have a surgical treatment of her uterus, and then she had to receive donor eggs because she couldn't produce them on her own.
Are you aware that similar procedures are undergone on the daily for what you would call women with XX chromosomes? I mean, she did have.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware of the process of in vitro fertilization.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
so
know
in
that
which
there are
case, that
people
goes to
who
my earlier point that you can't exclude. You can't, and she wasn't trans, was she? Unless
who the
you
person
want
in
to,
the article.
unless you want to adhere to a strict definition of, oh, let's see, is it got to be 100% to be a woman? XX?
No, she was. She had a. No.
Okay. So
No,
it
she
has
was
to
a
be.
person who suffered from a.
Where's the borderline? Well, where's the borderline? She's not a woman. She gave birth. She had a uterus. Where's the borderline?
I put a link in the chat.
Yeah, her condition was known as XY gonadal dysgenic.
Okay, fine.
What do you mean borderline?
Was she
She
a
gave
man or a
birth
woman?
physiology to allow this.
Was she a man or a woman?
Well, the science.
No. You made the it's your standard. Where do you draw the
Classification of
standard?
her is
95% XY.
a woman with
man,
external
right?
female characteristics but does not have functional gonads or ovaries.
Okay, fine. Is she a man or a
No,
woman?
like all of your chromosomes have to be XY to be a man. She would be neither. She would be intersex.
Okay.
Like I said, she would fall into that genetic anomaly category, but the overwhelming majority of quote unquote trans people don't.
Where do you put those people with genetic anomalies? Are they men or women?
In the category of having a genetic anomaly, they would be intersex.
Oh,
they have their own stipulation. They're a genetic anomaly.
Apparently there are more than two sexes then, right?
And what do you mean by genetic anomaly?
It's not so much as it's an additional sex. It's it's a
so then it's
a deficiency or alteration.
Wrong. Nope.
Yeah.
Right. There's a
yes.
binary,
So like
right?
when it functions as it's supposed to, then it would either be XX or XY.
Nope.
When you have these middle of the road type people who suffer from some sort of genetic condition which prevents it, they cannot reproduce naturally.
Your statement that you're either human or not. Is she human?
Yeah, she's human.
Okay. And all humans are, you said, all humans are either male or female. Which is she?
No, I said that all humans have either XX or XY chromosomes.
No,
she has
all
both.
Humans are either male or female.
So,
which is she? You said that.
She's not escaping the binary.
Okay, then if she doesn't.
No, I said they either have
binary,
XX or XY chromosomes.
Escape the binary,
and then if all your chromosomes are male or XY, then we would call you a man.
It's your definition, not mine. Which is she? Male or female?
She's a combination of both. It's a genetic deficiency.
She's a combination of both.
Yes, as I just said, she's a combination of both.
Be a human and not be.
She's a combination. It's a genetic anomaly,
female, right?
Xerxes, there's a combination of both, right?
Yeah, sure. And I never disputed
you most
that. What I disputed
did,
was that
you most certainly did. You said that
the idea of a man or a woman
male or female
be arbitrarily held up as a yes, and now that the majority small chasm.
The majority, sure, but if we're going to talk about
condition,
majority is not the way we define a population, brother.
If we're going to talk about majorities in this conversation,
okay.
Dysgenesis. Go ahead. Actually, Wayne, you've been really patient.
I can take a break.
I've been dying to say one
Steph,
thing.
I just want to point out.
Go ahead, Steph. I'll let you finish.
That you've constructed this model. And I haven't, and I just want you to see that I'm not hewing to any particular ideology here. I feel like you are.
Thank you, Stephanie. I really appreciate that. Wayne, thanks for being patient. I really appreciate it. Go ahead.
Yep. I got a lot to say, but I'm just gonna keep it to one thing right now. Only one. I just sent a link in the chat.
I pulled it up.
Yep, where a scientist explains that there are 100 million humans that are intersex, that are not born completely one way or the other. That's more than there are redheads on the planet. And you're basically saying that redheads don't exist.
Yeah. And again,
Your construct that you created about what a man and what a woman is not accepted by anyone who does the actual work on genetics.
and this
is more proof of
it. Sorry.
This is more proof of it. That's it. 100 million humans. It's not some genetic anomaly. It's not one or two people. It's 100 million humans. That's it.
Yeah, and this is what we're looking at. It's right on your screen. This is what we're saying is it is not a binary. It is bimodal. That means yes, a large into a portion of the spectrum consistent being with identified as a woman or a man, but that a large and sizable percent of people do not. And they identify as everything between gender, alternative genders, or even non-gendered. And all of that is absolutely human nature. Because by definition, the nature of a species is defined by the variation of the organisms found within that species. If it is human, it is a natural human being, period, end of story. Now, the other thing is, why don't you get this? Because when Christians don't get this, they say God created them male and female, and we can destroy that. And apparently you're quite effective at dispatching people of their theotard beliefs. Now, most of the time when secular people, non-religious people, seem to be stuck on this tip, they seem to be conflating sex and gender. They're wrong about both, but the conflation's a key part of it. Nevertheless, they typically say that they're trying to reflect biology. They will say biology says they're two gender. Biology says we're showing you that that is not what biology says. So I don't get where he's coming from. Go ahead, Steph.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
The chat is saying that they're hearing only every other word.
It was coming through a little, yeah.
Oh, for me, I don't, probably because I'm turned around or something.
No, I'm not sure. Can you hear us, chat? Can you hear me talk?
Can you guys hear us now? I don't know. I gotta grab my tablet so that my charger so I can turn my tablet on and listen to the stream. All right, UC Love said sounds good. Carrie, can you let us know how it sounds on YouTube?
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah, for sure. If you can't hear us.
All right, yeah, they sound great. No, that's good. That's good. All right, people said they can hear us, but yeah, I just don't. I don't even understand why you're sticking to this narrative. Why do you care? Where are you even coming from with this, Xerxes?
The truth.
But it's not true. What truth? What is your evidence that is true? Where? What are you pointing to? Where do you get that narrative from? Who told you that there are only two genders? Who told you that?
I didn't need to be told. I can see it for myself.
But you can't. We're showing you right now the evidence in front of you. Can you not see this? What's on the screen? That's the evidence. What do you have to say that is not true? And why? That's what the evidence says.
Well,
it's summarized right in front of you.
This person isn't linking any sources. So I'm looking at the article myself, and there's not a whole lot of
Bro, it's not about the sources. Why do you think something to give us some sources? That's what we're saying. Drop me a link in the chat right now that shows me why you think biology says that there are two genders. Go ahead, hit us up. Drop the sources on us. Oh, because there aren't any.
But what
my feelings?
You're gonna give me 10 seconds?
Oh, no, all the time you need. Actually, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you said that, because now we could get more through a little bit more of this tape. Let's go.
Sounds
like they've taken this guy to the Supreme Court 4 times because he won't. It's not because of something he's doing. It's because of
It's like
something
he didn't lock
won't
his
do.
ass
He
up in
won't make a
jail,
cake.
hateful,
Why
bigoted
are
ass
you so
motherfucker, because
determined
you
to
ain't want to
give your
make a
money to a
cake.
guy who
We
doesn't
live
approve
in,
of you?
yes, we live in a fucking society. Thank the motherfucking Lord. Wait, Wayne, spit your shit real quick. What's your shit, Wayne, about like, history sucks or whatever, but basically like we got a fucking, we got amendments and rights and a NAACP in case shit get too racist. Wayne, how you spit that shit, boy?
Oh God, that was a long time ago. Yeah, like this. You know what? No, I can't do that right now. It's a whole spiel. Y'all can on this gender shit right now. It's okay.
All right.
I'm racing. Still.
All right. But
Yeah.
look, y'all. It's what he was really getting at, though, right? Is that racism and all these things that we're dealing with are a problem, right? But we actually are not slaves anymore, right? We have the right to vote. We have the right to get jobs and legal representation. We do have a government that makes race a protected class along with gender and sexual orientation and all of these other things. And we do have organizations like the ACLU and the NAACP in case shit gets too bigoted. And what these motherfuckers refuse to understand is shit is too bigoted. And because that we have this system that they just cannot fucking come to grips with. Literally, he's here to tell us we don't have thick enough skin and we're forcing his shit. But he's crying because people were taken to court because some bakers refused to bake a cake for a protected class. Again, imagine being that fucking hateful and then not understanding why there's consequence. It's literally, you're so bigoted, you don't want money. And the only rule of making money in America is the same shit, y'all. America has one fucking constraint on making money. Whoever the fuck walks in the building, take their money. Period. That's it. That's all you gotta do. All these motherfuckers had to do was do their goddamn job and bake a fucking cake. They literally tell you that they're not willing to comply with the laws, and then somehow there's some sort of fucking travesty because we're like, oh yeah, there's consequences when you don't want to follow the laws.
Yeah, it sounds very religious, right?
It's so religious.
Like,
no, it doesn't. Doesn't sound religious at all.
The Protestants and the Catholics.
Sounds like democracy a little bit in action.
Like you either
a hint of the flavor of democracy.
You suffer the consequences.
And before I'll jump off here in a minute.
White boys aren't supposed to suffer consequences.
I forgot what his name was, but the guy who was just recently acquitted of all these like federal domestic terrorism charges because he pushed a guy outside of an abortion clinic. Did you ever like follow that case?
No.
I don't know that anecdote.
Okay, so I forget what his name was. I can Google it real quick.
Seriously? Nah, you don't have to. Doug will believe anything right when you tell him.
Search up like pro-life activist arrested. So like 25 FBI agents knocked Mark Hook.
The cancel culture, fear mongering.
That's how you say his name. Yeah, they knock down this dude's door. They like invade his house. 25 FBI agents, federal agents, and they arrest him on charges of like domestic terrorism or something like that, and then also he violated a federal law somehow by pushing a guy who was a volunteer to escort women into an abortion clinic. And this Mark dude was like, I don't know, 200-300 feet away from the abortion clinic, and he was protesting and holding up a sign, and he had his son with him. And then this volunteer who doesn't even work for the abortion clinic comes up and starts harassing him and calling him a bunch of like crude, vile names and telling his son, "Hey, your dad is a FAG." And then the dad pushes him.
Clinic, or was it just
get away from my kid, get away from me. And so that warranted charges that could have got him up to 12 years in federal prison.
Yeah, you're describing a hate crime.
Knocking down his door to
You're
arrest
describing a hate crime.
Yeah. What is the federal government doing here?
Enforcing the law.
Require FBI agents. Like that's barely fourth-degree battery at best.
That's barely.
Not even an injury.
Imagine how he's so upset that there was legal action, and his problem is that was fourth-degree battery at best. So literally, he listens to the situation and goes, "Yeah, that sounds like fourth-degree battery, right? At least it's a little hate crime, right?" And then is mad, like, bro, like you just said, there was clearly a crime committed here. Like you just said, it's at least fourth-degree battery. So what seems to be the problem? Based off what we little know, you say we might have a 4th degree battery charge. That's how the system works. When you have probable cause that there may have been a crime committed, you arrest the motherfucker, you charge the motherfucker, and then you get your ass ready to prosecute the motherfucker. That's how it works every fucking day. Every fucking day.
It sounds like you think he has a right to harass women at a, at a medical facility. Are you saying that his right is to do that?
No, okay. So first and foremost, he was a protester. He was 2 or 3 blocks away from the actual Planned Parenthood abortion clinic. And he wasn't harassing or accosting.
Doesn't matter. Let me ask you this: why is he 2 or 3 blocks away?
No, it does matter. It absolutely matters. It absolutely matters. He's protesting abortion, which is his right. He has the right to protest something that he believes to be immoral and wrong.
Okay, but let me ask you.
And
let me ask you. I'm asking you an important question.
Doesn't even work for Planned Parenthood. I'm not done.
I know, but there's a reason I'm not going to let you finish. I'm going to let you finish.
I'm not going to let you finish.
This is my fucking channel. This is my show. This is my space.
You're a dishonest person. That's why
okay, well, you can leave, and then I can finish, reviewing your footage like I intended to do, because I didn't intend to have you. I'm allowing you to be here.
Vengeful person.
Okay, I don't have to tolerate you insulting me. I didn't say that. Didn't say that.
I'm insulting you. I'm informing you.
Oh, you're not informing me. Go ahead, Wayne.
Just real quick, I really hate this whole "I'm calm" when I'm talking about other people's human rights shit that right-wing dudes pull.
100%.
You're literally talking about rights that you fought wars for and died over, and another person's humanity is on the table being chopped up by your worldview, and you get upset when another person gets mad at that. That's bullshit. Quit that. That's bullshit.
It really is. And then you play stupid about it.
Nice framing job.
You're better than that.
Nice what?
Nice what?
I said nice framing job.
I'm saying what you did. I'm saying what you did.
No, Wayne, he's got words though.
I'm saying what you did. Stand by it. Grow up. We're trying to have real conversation.
What did I do?
Here.
At what point have I said that certain people shouldn't have rights? Where have I even made that suggestion? This is just something that you're reading into it maliciously because you're attack a straw man of what I'm saying, not what I'm actually saying.
Jay,
as far as this particular subject goes, which you guys won't let me explain, this person shoved a man who got in his face screaming and yelling, and then got in his son's face, and his son's like 10, 11 years old. And that warranted the federal government to send 15 FBI agents to his house and kick in the door with his kids in there?
Very well may have. Go ahead,
This is a state crime. He pushed a guy down that got in his face. Didn't even cause any injuries. It's a 4th degree assault at best. That's a Class A misdemeanor.
That's
nothing. And the federal government's going to try and put this guy in prison for 12 years.
Okay.
For domestic terrorism?
Imagine if I cared. Imagine if I cared. Go ahead, Stephanie.
That's the point. You don't care because you're a malicious ideologue and you want people who disagree with you to be put in prison. I don't.
Cool.
I've never advocated for anybody disagreeing with me to be put in prison.
Okay. Great.
If you don't,
I'm sorry that I exposed your malice, but it's true.
Yes, you did. Okay, now you're gonna shut the fuck up and listen to Stephanie, bro. This is my channel and my space. And I'm trying to be polite about it. Shut the fuck up. We're gonna listen to Stephanie. Thank you.
Goodbye.
If you don't mind a
You say goodbye.
Xerxes, you still there?
No, of course not.
You say goodbye.
He was told to shut up, so that's too much. Go ahead, Stephanie. We're gonna continue what we're doing because he literally came here to make sure we don't review and dissect his appearance on Doug. That's all they came to do.
I just hope that Xerxes, I see you're still in the chat, and I hope that you I hope you will perhaps consider continuing the conversation on a less forceful level. But again, I think that between the two of us, I don't have an ideology to push. I have my life to live. And I find that the ideology being expressed is being expressed in state houses with laws that will make it very difficult for me to live my life. And I don't know whether, it seems clear to me, and perhaps you might change your mind, you might change your view, that you seem to be in favor of those laws. And those laws are effectively changing the way I've been able to live my life for 25 years. In other words, you want to take away the ability for me and people like me to fully live their lives as fully recognized, loved, appreciated human beings, which I think is sad. And if I have an ideology, it's that and I carry this. You may carry some of your opposition to this from your Christian background. I carry this ideology from my Christian background, that we are all children of God. We are all made in His image. That's what I was taught as a preacher's daughter, as the granddaughter of preachers, as the sister of a preacher, as the sister-in-law of a preacher, all Methodists. I was taught a gospel of love and acceptance. And I'm sorry that that message seems to be lost even to people who've lost their faith in a more demanding sort of God.
I wish you would have
and have not taken up the idea that science has a lot to say about this, and that people simply trying to live have a good deal to teach you, if only you'd listen. Please don't hate us. Please don't work to take away the grace that we have living in a civil society for the benefit of the people that you, Xerxes, fight every day to demolish their doctrine. If you're going to be an ally to Christian fundamentalist doctrines with regard to sexuality, gender, then I don't know. I don't know what to do, because all I want to do is live. And I wish all the God botherers and all the people that just can't accept the idea that there are many, many colors in the rainbow. They just have to see things in nothing but black and white. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, and you see the unreasonable skepticism, right? Like, you don't. Has anybody ever done this in a class? Have you ever gone to a class and sat there and we do this? You see this in this debate me bro culture on the internet, but gone. Oh well, give me a citation right now. Give me links and evidence and studies and da 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 da. And then I pulled it up. Oh no, I pulled it up and skimmed through it. Yeah, there wasn't even enough citations in that thing you just showed me. Imagine. That's how hard people are working not to learn. But again, if he applied even an ounce of that skepticism to the side feeding them the bullshit, we wouldn't even be having this conversation to begin with.
Right. 100%, Jay. I really appreciate what Stephanie just said 100% too. That was a really good kind of
powerful shit, Stephanie.
Yeah, close on that. One thing I would like to just add on to that, if I possibly could,
of course,
is that by definition, Jesus is transgender. He went from not male to male. Like, deal with that shit first, you fucking Christians, and then please come at transgender people again correctly. Please.
And Stephanie, it's funny, I kind of, the one thing I did want to, the reason, it's funny, the reason I actually asked why, like, where he's getting that what narrative he's loyal to, where he's getting that from, is because I was actually thinking about the gospel. I really was, because I was thinking, if I was talking to a right winger, right, showing them that graph would be the perfect time to say, look, is it about God or about the Bible? Right? Because if they say it's about God, right? Because aren't these the same ones that go, look at the trees, you can see him in nature all around us. He is revealed to us in all of his mighty works. Okay, well, if he made people queer as shit, then whoops. Guess that's how God made us. And I think that's such a powerful, I often don't like those arguments because I don't want to put back on my Christian hat. That shit sucks. But it's a really powerful thing that I think should pull at the heartstrings, should win more hearts and minds. Honestly, it should. But then the question becomes, as an atheist, what really? Why would you? Where are you getting this from? Like it just doesn't make any sense to even. I don't understand. It's like biologists are not telling you that this binary is true. We're telling you explicitly all day, every day, that's not the way to go. Sociologists, same thing. Gender studies people, same thing. All people who deal with psychiatric and health and medicine, all on the same page. I mean, again, it's as close as you can even. It's probably over what you can reasonably expect as far as unanimity, consensus, and nobody dissents on this. So where are they going? I literally feel like they're stuck on the biblical bullshit. I don't even know how I can see it coming from anywhere else other than hanging on to that type of ideological nonsense.
Right. And then to have the nerve to come in with the Tucker Carlson, I'm just asking questions, bigoted routine. I'm so over that. Stand on what you said on Doug's show. He's over here trying to apologize just because the person he's offending is in front of his face. Like, not apologize, but like clean up his language.
Right.
It's fucking. That's not what a man does. I hope you heard that, Xerxes. That's not what a man does.
I am absolutely crushed to know that I'm a sore on the transgender community. According to DSM-5, who apparently hasn't read the DSM-5, which I did
Of
quote
course.
in the chat.
Yo, I got one of them here if you want to go through it together, guy. Fucking asshole.
So anyway, it's really fucking tragic, and I'm sorry that I'm really sorry that I try to do my best to not get, I appreciate people being offended on my behalf, but I can get pretty steamed myself, and I will right now, because as we go through the rest of this thing, there's this whiny left or vengeful shit. This is the theme
of course.
Stream
Stephanie, I was shaking. Shaking. Wayne, I was throw hands mad. Go ahead, Steph.
Right.
And when when I read things like the left or vengeful, and then I hear things from people at CPAC saying that transgenderism should be eradicated. And then that was a mainline speaker.
Too terrifying.
Then we get somebody that was too much for CPAC, who said Judaism ought to be eradicated. Do we not remember 1933?
No, we don't. We're one generation removed.
Many people aren't aware of the fact that the very first book burning took place at the Institute for Sexual Science in Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
It was on May 10th, 1933. First book burnings. They went into the library of the Institute for Sexual Research in Berlin. Magnus Hirschfeld, I believe, is the guy, the director, who was a Jewish man and gay, and did pioneering research into the varieties of sexuality and gender identity. He's the man who coined the word transsexual. They went in, they grabbed all the books out of the library, brought them into the street, burned them, ripped them up inside the library. But you know what else they did? They kept a hold of the patient records. And they rounded those people up, and some of them didn't come out. So when I hear about canceling, and when I hear the rhetoric of a major political movement in the United States saying the same words as were spoken in May of 100 years ago in May, I get a little concerned. And I can't take the idea that my life is somehow an ideology and your determination to make sure that it can't be lived isn't. And that's all I'll say to that.
Appreciate you, Steph. All right, let's go ahead and get back into this.
That's a state misdemeanor, and you're going to charge him with federal crimes. Why? Because he has the wrong political beliefs. He has the wrong ideology in his head. And I cannot...
Also, just so y'all know where I was going with that, gang, he kept trying to emphasize that this person was 2 or 3 blocks away from the facility, right, Wayne? And I kept asking, why was he 2 or 3 blocks away from the facility? Right?
Right.
It's a very important question because, again, I'm not trying to boast here, but I used to work in a prosecutor's office, right? And this is the type of thing we ask. Why? Because, number one, it actually could be evidence of a crime that you're 2 or 3 blocks away from a place like that. Right? Like that could itself be indication that you're targeting a place like that, right? And what another thing is people don't realize is sometimes people go and they look up particular statutes. Like, oh, you know, you might have some particular anti-intimidation laws where, you know, it's not okay to do this or that in a school zone. It's not okay to do this or that near this or type of a medical facility or da-da-da-da-da, right? And then what people think they do is they're getting slick. And the right wing feeds into this bullshit narrative where they think they're getting slick. They'll go, oh, well, I was actually just outside the school zone, right? Or I was actually if it says I had to be 2 blocks away from the facility, I was 3 blocks away from the facility, right? But believe it or not, go ahead.
Yeah, I was only hating on people that were on their way there. I wasn't hating on the people that were there.
Right. And sometimes even knowledge of that is evidence of your intent to target a facility. Right. And it would be used against you. It would be used against you in a court of law all day, every day. Would you say, oh, you were 2 to 3 blocks outside the facility? How did you know to be 2 or 3 blocks from the facility? Oh, well, I looked up how long it had to be at.
Well, that's intent. All right.
All right. Well, now we clarified exactly what you were there to do that day. Thank you very much. Right? Like, so again, there's a very good reason I was asking him that question. Just wanted y'all to be aware. I wasn't fucking with him. Asking very, very serious questions.
Believe I live in the United States in a time where having the wrong political opinions will get the FBI to arrest you.
Pause. Yeah, it's pretty scary. I'm not sure if this.
The reason 15 or whatever number FBI, officers or whatever came at him is because motherfuckers who do that and aren't regulated will come back and be more violent. That's why. Because motherfuckers have blown up Planned Parenthoods thinking abortions happen there. That's why. You get what I'm saying? Like,
yes, and they know this.
Right.
They either A, know this, or B, themselves are the morons that think they should be protesting it because they think that happens there, which means they are actually the group that we should be red flagging for these potential acts of violence. I mean, this is just all so painfully obvious.
Right.
And again, I just one of the things I think the rest of us got to do, Wayne, and this is a crowd for this, and I'm sorry I didn't. I'm still not knowing always how to facilitate our dialogues here, but I'm so thankful for y'all for bearing with me and trying. We're all pissed off sometimes with the inability of our allies, right? We were talking about the lukewarm or the milquetoast response, but I don't know. I actually really appreciated where Stephanie was coming from, like, you know, and anybody that's in the struggle, especially, I feel like, do you, right? However you go at this is the way we need to go at this, because the way you need to go at this is the way we need to go at this, because that's just what it is, right? But I find myself, it's hard. My blood just gets boiling. It really, like, I'm, you know, he could clip this out tomorrow, but bro, I was throw hands hot. I'm just being honest with you. I was shaking. Like, this shit is making me, and it's infuriating.
I think the main reason that you're shaking is because he's doing the question prodding. Like, I'm going to take away your rights by asking a series of questions. Not he wouldn't own up to it. Like, that's the most infuriating part for me. If you're gonna be anti-human, be full anti-human. Don't just be kind of anti-human. Like, signal. You know what I mean? Put your freak flag out there. Let us know how shitty you are, instead of having a conversation where you're saying, "Oh, I'm confused." I was like, "Okay, we'll give you some data." And, "Oh, I wasn't confused at all. I just say that because I don't have sources." Like, it's such a miserable cunt move. You know, it's not manly. And it was so hard for me to hold my tongue, because this dude is on the internet talking about what a man should be and all that. But, like, why, like you said, why do you care? The only reason he cares is because patriarchy is a business. It's a fucking plantation. And when you try to leave the business, motherfuckers come after you. That's it. It's trash.
All right. Also, I just kicked out Arturian or whoever that was, and I also removed Myron Bot. So we should. Well, we have at least one more space open now.
Nice. Thank you to everybody who's here.
But yeah, Stephanie, I just want to say thank you, Wayne. I greatly appreciate you being here, bro. Because you know, I need my partner, my tag team partner here with me. But Stephanie, I really do appreciate you being here as well, and I also appreciate you trying to let cooler heads prevail. I know I'm a hothead, but
it's fine. You know, and I sure understand it. I mean, I could have lost my cool at some point in time, but I don't think it's productive, to be honest.
Sure, I understand that.
You know, it's kind of self-defense in a lot of ways. I mean, I hope I came across as reasonable, but this makes sense. He's tripped himself up badly with the whole genetics thing. It's like, well, you know, here's a case that disproves your argument. Okay, well, and so you have to fall back on, well, she would appreciate him using the correct pronouns. She was 95% XY. Well, yeah, but so what's that make her?
Right.
You know, it's like, you can't make these arguments as cut and dry as you'd like to, and you know, it's clear to me he doesn't know what his karyotype actually is. Assumes he's XY, but he might not be. There's an awful lot of there's mosaics. There's, you know, there are mosaics. There are, you know, what. By the way, what chromosomes are in your red blood cells? Answer: none.
Right.
The other,
you know, I mean, you know, what makes a human? Is it your gut bacteria, or is it your human DNA? Is it your bacterial DNA, or is it your human DNA? What makes you? Humans are systems. We're very complex creatures.
Mm-hmm.
We're not simple.
Ever been to a hospital? That place
And when
is
you
big.
try to distill someone's humanity down into a fucking test tube, then you're treading in pretty dangerous waters, in my opinion. And when you're talking about real life in real society, then you're talking about social equality and things that are beyond the nature of sheer biology. It is so hard to think of, you know, it's like modern day phrenology. Yes, we'll feel the bumps in your head, and we'll tell you exactly what your personality is, and I can always tell, because you've got a bump over here, and you've got blah blah blah, and you've got this certain swelling in your throat or something like this. It's like, people accused fucking Ann Coulter of being a guy because she's got an Adam's apple. What the fuck are you gonna do with that? People have been after women's appearance since Christ was knee high to a grasshopper. And it's just dumb,
right?
And, it just this whole cluster of ideologies based around alpha males and the whole Jordan Peterson thing and everything else. It's really frustrating, especially when it comes into conversations about transgender people. And when they drift into the whole linguistic stuff, it's just, my God, it's objectifying, it's thought stopping, and it's frustrating as all hell. And if it weren't for the fact that people are getting deadly about it and using eliminationist rhetoric around the issue, I'd be a lot more at ease. But I am not at ease, and it really is wrecking people's lives right now. It's not good. We need help. We need real help right now to stop this shit.
I appreciate you saying that. I really do, because that's the call. Like, one of the things you said, Stephanie, infuriated me. It wasn't that you said it, though. It was just that you mentioned the CPAC thing. And this is one of the things that happened in the situation with Doug, where to me, they're aware of the context. Doug picks very poignant moments, either in the sort of, the calendar, like what people are dealing with, or what's going on in our community, to make content to attack us. And there's something about that ignorance of the moment that adds a particular maliciousness to stuff like this. And so when you mentioned that, like, CPAC thing, I was like, oh, yeah, because it's all over, that one of their top priorities, and Trump on this day one, my day one, da 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 da. You've got the former president promising that, transgender issues is going to be his day one priority. You've got an entire major party calling for the end of this ideology, and then you're going to have him on here. Like, it is so incredibly an added layer of insult to pretend that this isn't happening right now. Like what I mean to say is, this is not a safe time for us to be talking about this. And I feel that even when I end this stream, tonight, I'm gonna go to bed, thinking about, I'm lucky that I'm still in this place where it's safe for me to talk about this. But number one, I don't know that it always will be. Number two, it's actually risky to talk about it. And number three, it's not safe because I'm not talking about an issue that's, well, what do you think? Or what do you do? I'm literally talking about issues that affect people's lives and they're not safe. They're being killed. They're being harassed. They're being discriminated against. And so they're acting like we're talking about a fucking soccer game.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about a fucking soccer game. And so Stephanie put a perfect period on it. I know I'm rambling, but by saying at the end of the day, this is the time where we're having a call for help to everybody. We were saying, everybody, we need your help. So to me, I got to be honest with you. I find it unacceptable to not be an ally.
Yep.
I do. I really do. I find even the idea of staying neutral or staying out of it, or don't come at me with that. I'm honestly not trying to hear it. But I was gonna say the idea of being an antagonizer, ready to throw hands. Go ahead, Wayne.
Right. It's like racism. There is no non-racism. You are either explicitly anti-racist or you're complicit. And because of the nature of the problem, those are the only two roads. To pretend like there's a middle ground is nothing but to be subservient to the racist side.
I want to say just a couple of words about
Go ahead,
the whole
Steph.
Leah Thomas thing. First of all,
Please do.
Xerxes misrepresented Leah's height, which is and
she's a monster
and all of that, and I pointed out that she was a full 1 inch taller than Katie Ledecky, the most accomplished female swimmer in a long time. But I just want to say this. Since the NCAA first instituted a transgender student athlete inclusion policy in 2011, you've had 5 transgender women total compete in Division 1. Assuming you have 5 active trans women in Division 1, now out of a total of 226,000 total female athletes, the probability that your daughter will face a trans opponent in her college career is about 2/100,000ths of 1%.
That's just big enough for a wedge.
And if we do, I don't see anything other than we should be celebrating it, based on what they accomplished. And I'm a little bit, there's a thing called the handicap principle. And I think it's something we teach in biology classes because it's part of our biology. It's built into how we feel as part of the, social essence of our species, right? And part of that is, I always give the example, you have 2 people, they're the same height, they're the same weight, and they run a race, let's say a 100-meter dash, in the same exact time. Most of us are equally impressed. We recognize their equal physical stature and their equal performance. And if it was an amazing time, we're like, wow, that's incredible. Now, if I tell you one of them was carrying a 50-pound a backpack on their back with a 50-pound weight in it, you are just naturally more impressed by the person who was carrying the backpack because you just figured out, damn, they're the same height and the same weight, and they were carrying this extra burden, and they had the same performance. Like, you just can't help but be a little bit more impressed. And that is what they turn against us in our compassion for people we see struggling around us, right? When they say, oh, kids are coming out, they're transing because that's popular. You tell your classmates you're trans and everybody throws you a party. It's like, no, everybody throws you a fucking party because you just, tell them that you're comfortable enough in this environment to reveal something that's incredibly difficult, and that a recognition that you're dealing with something incredibly difficult that it's no fault of your own. They're trying to celebrate your braveness in showing up to school every day like the rest of us with this extra burden that the motherfucking rest of us don't have, and going, bravo! Bravo! And I don't understand why we don't see participation of people like that in society from that lens. it just kills me that people don't get that. And again, it's unnatural. They're working against a certain empathy that's literally built into how we get along.
The other thing I'd point out, especially in collegiate sports, is there are actually more trans men competing in collegiate sport than there are trans women. Nobody
Really?
talks about them.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I've met more trans men in my life than trans women, just in my personal history.
So, and people who get you all head up about transgender people in sports don't give a fuck about sports or the athletes that play them.
And can't play them.
Yeah. And don't care.
And it's it's like, well, blah 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 blah. No, you don't care. You really don't care. You really don't care about the sport. You don't care about the athletes. You don't care about their competitors, their teammates. You don't care about. All you care about is making sure that it's impossible to be trans.
Yeah.
And as when I've told my story, it's like I grew up the impossible girl. And it takes a lot to overcome that shit, and people ought to be happy about people who overcome the.
I am. I'm incredibly glad you did.
Way of for anyone to be who they are.
Yes, absolutely.
Gee, come on, people.
All right.
Grip.
Patriarchy is a celebration of a man just for being a man, but if you want to celebrate yourself for being not a man, it's an issue. That's why I mean it's a plantation. Like if you try to leave the plantation, they will come after you. Like
and really that's what we are, a big threat to that. Because who would do that? Who would ever do that?
Right. You're loving yourself without talking to the ultimate man, God? Oh no, I gotta go online and shout at different people for 2 hours. Like, Xerxes is trash.
I understand, Kata. Get some rest.
Peace, Kat.
All right, let's Steph, do you want to roll some more of this? You good?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
This is, I think I remember seeing in the UK, is it? A woman was arrested for standing outside an abortion clinic and praying to herself. Did you hear
maybe I don't know. I don't keep up with the UK because the UK is a dystopian wasteland. Like, there's no hope there anymore. Like I gave up on the UK when they started arresting people for tweeting about like the Sharia police gangs that were a problem.
But this is called, I've coined the term feel sorry forism. It's, we need to feel sorry for certain people. And if you don't feel sorry for them like I feel sorry for them, then you're an evil person. If you're an evil person, then yeah, you should go to jail. This is
the reason Doug coined the term feel sorry forism is because it's what he does.
You mean empathy, Doug?
It's what he does. It's literally, it's just feel bad for me because the wokies are coming after me and they're gonna cancel me if I don't use the right pronouns, and oh no, they're mad at me because.
Why won't people let me be as hateful as my father?
Yeah. Look, that's their whole movement, man. That's their whole thing. Again, what did Xerxes get up in here? And this guy, and he was protesting outside of someone's medical clinic, and he got arrested. And again, I love it. I just always love it. I love it when people start crying them tears, and the worst thing that's ever happened in their life is something that happened to somebody else. It always tells you exactly the type of person you're dealing with. Hey. Hey, Nitty.
I got a couple things.
Yeah, Nitty just put together that wonderful short on King Xerxes. Nitty, I tried to have a conversation with King Xerxes, but to to really
balls were too
express
small.
myself, I have to admit that the steel chair just was not on hand. So
Here's the thing.
couldn't say what I
I think
wanted
I'm
to
pretty
say.
sure he is a determinist, right? So like, imagine, if you will, a world where this is just totally off the cuff here, but if you generally believe that you can't really make choices beyond your physical makeup, right? Like you're basically like mostly a product of like the accidents of your environment, your social climate, your hormonal production, all that stuff, right? If you believe that, if you really believe that, other humans are saying, we're doing exactly what you believe. We're acting in accordance with the determined accidents of our environment and our hormones. Now you have a fucking problem with it because it's not the same as yours?
Yeah, but I'm a man. I was born right. I'm at the top of the food chain. How dare you, come after my position by being yourself? How dare you?
The other day, Doug, at the beginning of his atheist Sunday stream, talked about his mustache, and someone's like, "Holy shit, your mustache has grown in so fast." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, whatever." And then he says, "If you can't grow a mustache like this in 5 days, you're not a man." Well, look, I got a baby's ass on my face. I can't grow hair to save anyone's life, right? So like, does that make me not a man now? Like, and by the way, I don't even care if you care if I'm a man or not. But
Do you know who Xerxes and Doug are? They are those dudes who, like, I believe in either 3rd or 4th edition D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. The creators revised the description of not gnomes, of dwarfs. And female dwarves were allowed to have facial hair because it was just a racial trait of dwarves. And so many people lost their shit over that extra sentence in a 300-page book. Like, if you don't want to create a dwarf with that, you don't have to. You don't have to follow the rule book perfectly. Like, just that's who he is.
Jesus Christ.
Everything that is different from patriarchy, where a human being tries to celebrate themselves for being themselves, is a threat. And if you live like that, it's not really manly. Just gonna say it.
And for me, watching this all now, being like not in that corner or thought space, especially in considering my own sexuality, my own neurology, my own psychology, I'm like, I don't choose to have intrusive thoughts. I don't choose to have major depression. I don't even choose to really be heteronormative. Like, I just don't. Like, those are just things that are innate to me. And if someone walked up to me and is like, fuck you for having intrusive thoughts, fuck you for loving women, you know what? I actually don't want you to get married or reproduce because you have intrusive thoughts and you like women, because I can't have you reproducing both of those things into my society. It'd be like, what the fuck, man? Like, no, of course not. No one would be okay with that, right? And that's essentially what they don't realize, that they're curling up in bed with the people who want to say that kind of shit.
I got to be honest, it's why I wanted to talk about King Xerxes and not to King Xerxes, because honestly, people like this, I think they know exactly what they're up to. They know exactly what they're doing. And I don't know, I feel like we should just, at some level, just be responding to them and stop trying to kid ourselves about what they're all about. But at the same time, I'm desperate to engage with them and romantically optimistic about, getting through to people. What I love is that even when I don't think that that's possible, and with King Xerxes, I wasn't really optimistic that it is. I like the fact that we will bring it out of them, right? Which is, if they want the education, we give them the opportunity to get it. And then we make it pretty clear that they're not taking it. And so I really thought Stephanie did a brilliant job of breaking things down for them in a
Yeah,
way
I'm gonna
where
have to go
everybody
back
could
and
just
listen to
see
that.
where everybody could just see that he's not buying it because he's not trying to learn. He's not trying to listen. And then, I was just trying to call out the fact that he wants to have it both ways. They want to play dumb. I don't get it. Well, I don't understand. No, it genuinely doesn't make sense to me. Please, somebody clarify. If somebody would just clarify it for me. And then you start to clarify it for them. Like, no, let me tell you. No, you listen up here. Let me.
Yeah.
Oh, which is it?
Well, the last thing I do want to say about this whole thing, and I'll let you guys keep rolling the tape, is like to go on this, well, it's not so bad. We should keep asking questions, and the other side might have some valid points. No, because if you let that other side keep going, they're going to come for us too, our channels and the shit we got to say, because we're following the evidence and we think they're God and their concepts are bullshit. And they're not going to stand up for us anymore. If we lose here, I think we can lose a whole lot more, and it ain't going to be good. If the theocrats start winning, we're fucked.
Yeah, I. Oh no, but my computer just froze.
Oh no.
Oh no. All right, let's see.
Good thing Gather's on an independent server.
Yeah, it gathers on a different computer.
But you're streaming from it, so.
Yeah. All right, let me see. I don't know what happened. Yeah, what happened is my computer's not. All right, yeah, they can hear us, but y'all can't see us, and I can't. Oh, hang on, got my mouse back. All right, we might be able to save this thing. Let's see. Let's give it a second.
You notice that Ariel joined the.
Yeah, I wanted to let Ariel talk. Go ahead,
Real
Wayne.
quick.
Yeah.
Oh my God, icing on the cake. Xerxes, right?
Yeah.
King Xerxes. That's the Persian Empire, right? The 3,000 years ago, the Persian Empire and I believe the Hansul Empire both accepted more than two genders. So,
yeah.
fuck
You
King Xerxes, yo.
Overwhelming sense
Fuck
of
him.
impending doom.
Yeah.
Weak. I'm sorry.
You can even see it. You can even see it
You
reflected
back.
in the Talmud, where you can even see it reflected in the Talmud, where there's this recognition of multiple genders or like multiple types of, like for instance, people who are born, with certain genitalia, but they end up developing a certain way. And so this isn't even like there's also acknowledgement of people who like become this way as a result of human surgery, but there's also recognition of people who are born this way. And the thing that really, and y'all touched on this, is that it's not going to just be trans people. It's not just going to be non-binary people. Like, theoretically, what's if this becomes normalized, what's stopping a government from forcing everyone to take a genetic test, and anyone who happens to be not exactly what they want, they can then disempower and all that shit. But the other thing that I was going to say, that was touching on what y'all were saying, is there's a very famous poem by Pastor Martin Niemöller. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. And the thing is that it's like there's a lot of people who are missing from this poem, but I think it speaks to a lot of who is being viewed as more part of normalized society. And again, that's it's despicable, because the first group that they should be talking about is, first they came for the trans people and for the gay people, but it's like
did.
Yeah,
May
and
10th, 1933. Yeah, they did. And oh yeah, and some wag in Twitter brought up, well, the Nazis were okay with queer people. Look at Ernst Röhm.
What?
Yeah,
they killed him.
Ernst Röhm was killed in the
This
Night
is
of
why
the
you-
Long Knives in 1934. It's like
110%.
What happened to him? Well, they killed him. Why? Because he was queer as a $3 bill. That's why.
Right. Are we still streaming right now on YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, cool. I guess I'll clean up my language a little bit. Like, this is what
You
this
should
is
think
why
this shit's getting monetized today.
right. Nah, man, just like if you're a fascist, you're in the wrong camp because you're no matter what you believe as an individual, you know, a like-minded individual, whatever the fuck you call yourself, you are in a room agreeing with the worst people in history. Like you are really standing for an ideology that would allow the worst people in history to continue to do what they do. And that's just unacceptable. I don't give a shit if you have an ideology that Nazis, fascists, anyone in history that was trying to hold down somebody. If you're agreeing with that shit, you're wrong. And I don't care about anything else related to you. You are being a bad human being, a bad neighbor by enabling these people that want to hurt other people.
Well,
That's it.
and we're literally at the point where people are arguing, well, but even Hitler didn't like trans people, and they're using that as a justification for Hitler rather than a reason why we should not be against trans people.
Mm-hmm. If you're justifying, you know, the guy who had brown eyes and brown hair, who said everybody should have blonde hair and blue eyes, like you're fucked from the beginning. You're wrong. You're an idiot. And I'm talking to you as if you're ignorant because I don't want to be filled with hate. So just please change your mind.
Hitler loved his dog Blondie, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go, gang. Go ahead, Wayne.
No, that's it.
The mindset. And,
And
I don't know
maybe,
how to.
I don't know.
I don't know how to change that type of thinking, other than to teach people that it's okay if other people hate you. Like, get people comfortable with the idea that the world that doesn't owe you love, and
it's okay if people hate you.
Yeah, well, that was Doug's thing with me. It's like, you know, well, you know, you're okay. You got a thick skin and all this stuff. It's all right. You know, all you got to do is buck up and let it roll off your back. Like, yeah, okay. So you design a society.
No, can't hear you, Maya. Sorry.
You design a society that lets people be shits to each other, and you know, all you got to do is get tough. Sounds like a great place to live.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're gonna go get beat up by, like, you know, 3 or 4 straight dudes who hate you because you exist, just toughen up.
Yeah, exactly.
Just tough, and after the fact, don't file a police report because, you know, that's taken away from family values.
You should be tough about that too. You know.
Yeah, just be tough.
Yeah, it's a conflation of disagreement and disdain with violence and rights.
Mm-hmm.
The conversation we want to have is we want to keep our rights. I'd say we, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Like I want people to keep their rights. I want people to not be the target of violence and bigotry. Right? That's a different fucking category. And it's not that I feel sorry for people who experience that. I just want people to have all the freedoms that I enjoy.
Sound like a hippie. We need hate out here. We need more hate. What are you doing, Nitty? We need
I know.
The maximum amount. You're not being a man right now. You need to punch down and hate somebody. I need you to cuss out Stephanie right now. That's what I need.
Maya, we can hear you now. We should.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Maya.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize I had to come to the stage.
No worries.
No, God, hate saying this on the internet while, you know, everyone and God can hear me. But, okay. And remember, I'm the one who looked Nitty in the eye and called him a white liberal when he was doing this Doug shit. So I'm not trying to.
Sure.
I'm not trying to take up for clear bigots, which I said even a couple of days ago. I believe Xerxes was. I think Lena, was it Lena or somebody had said something, and I co-signed. Like, yeah, he's a bigot. He says he's a bigot. Well, he doesn't say he's a bigot. He says he's a right winger, which in my head equals bigot. So I'll just throw my bias out there. But And I didn't go back and watch this with Doug. What I saw was him talking about the conversation with Doug and how half the community, in his words, were trying to cancel him. And I was like, oh, you agreed with Doug? Okay, unsub.
Yeah, you voting with your voice. You was like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't say anything in the chat. I haven't said anything to him. I unsubbed, I left the room, and that was that. I can't respect anybody that walks into a room with Doug and agrees with him on social issues. That being said, like I generally like Xerxes as a person. I don't believe he's irredeemable. I really like just knowing where he's from, like very, very rural. Those parts where they just get no liberal media. I think that everything that you guys were saying to him was like brand new information. And I don't think that he wasn't necessarily trying to engage. I think he didn't know how to process it. And, I'm saying this remembering where I was 3 or 4 years ago, and I heard a lot of weird things. This is back when the bathroom bills were kind of kicking up, and people were like, why do men want to come into girls' rooms? And, why are they trying to put our children on hormones? And I was just like, yeah, it sounds really weird. And when you don't know anything about it, you don't know. I didn't know. I'll just speak for myself. I didn't know where to go to get correct information. I didn't know what to Google. And I ended up being in the same room as a very controversial trans woman. And I just asked her point blank, it's just like, why are you trying to throw hormones at kids? And then I shut the fuck up and listened.
Beautiful.
And I learned a lot. And at the end of it, I didn't agree with her. I didn't disagree with her. She said a lot of things that I remembered. And I went to look, read about, and, when, and at this time, like a lot of people who are trans in the community now were not out then. Beck was not out. Purple was not out. Bree was not out. I thought I had no trans friends. And it's been, quite the learning curve. I don't know how I would have been able to have the conversation you were having with him, with the Xerxes today, then either. So I'm trying to.
I feel you. Yeah, you're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
It's like what Stephanie's saying. We need as many allies as we can possibly get. And if there's huge if is doing a hell of a lot of work here. I understand that. But if he's reachable, I believe there's more work we can do. And I'll leave it at that.
Wayne, I'm gonna let you go ahead.
All right. Maya, I absolutely appreciate you, and I know that this is someone that you have some relationship with, like friend or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I followed him for a while.
For sure. The thing is, he needs.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, look at the fucking picture. Look at the fucking avatar he chose. You know what I mean? That's not him. That's what he thinks he is, and you should be called out if you're wrong. I know we want everybody to be on our sides and shit, but I don't have the luxury of knowing when someone comes at me if they're only indoctrinated in the patriarchy or they're a full-on warden of patriarchy. I don't have that, so I go at everybody hard every time they say some dumb shit. Because when you say dumb shit,
it's not helpful. Yeah, no.
That's true.
By all
I'm
means,
not trying to be
always
helpful.
correct somebody.
I
You should always
actively
look. We can't afford not to be. They have the upper hand right now, and they're going for genocide. We don't have the luxury of being rude at this point. Like they're killing people.
Which is why I was trying my absolute damnedest to be.
There are a lot of trans groups right now that are trying to get all the trans people out of the country because they are scared to death. I mean, we have got, if if we have the opportunity to extend the olive branch, we've got to, I mean, at least offer it at this point. I mean, we are talking about every trans person in the country, every woman of childbearing age. It's, you know, they're coming after Black people. They're going to come after Latinos. It just.
I mean, they're already coming after
They're
us.
not
That's
going
why
to.
I was trying to
Sure.
be as sweet as candy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
because you're
because it's important.
speaking for every trans person in the country.
I appreciate the allyship, but the problem with vitriol at the moment is it only feeds on itself. Hate feeds on hate.
Right.
And
Right.
and if there's to be any hope at all with people like Doug or Xerxes, it's like
That's gone.
to just tamp down the hatred and listen to walk yourself through the logic of what you're arguing for, and hopefully you'll get to a point where you don't need to be the 24-hour hate.
So
and the 24-hour hate we've got enough of right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
I hear you.
I
I
can
hear you.
lose my shit. I can lose my shit, and I appreciate people being pissed off at the ridiculousness of it all. And yes, we do need that kind of, you know, every voice is important in fighting against the hatred. But when you're actually engaged with this guy, you gotta at least try to get him to say, okay, you know, that his presupposition is that you have an agenda. And to the extent that you proceed to demonstrate to him that you have an agenda, I mean, his complaint is, I'm being canceled. So you go and cancel him. See, I was canceled. They wouldn't let me talk.
Sure, but I think so I agree. And I want to say before we move on, that this is, I think, a healthy disagreement amongst, you know, the people who should have a voice in this conversation. And so to me, amongst people who are affected and genuine allies, you know, I feel like we need all our voices, and I think all of our approaches are valid. Some of the distinction, I think, is where we individually assess individuals or groups of people to be. I actually feel like everything that happened today with King Xerxes was just part of the game. And part of my thing is I don't really have hope for people like him. I actually think I've seen enough guys like this that, to me, he had a couple things he was interested in today, none of which has anything to do with hearing us out. One, I think he genuinely wanted to interfere with our ability to review and respond to what he says. I've just seen this enough times that there's these people who never have any interest in you, never show that they know that you exist. All of a sudden you're responding to them and they demand your attention. They demand to have a conversation. Why are you reviewing that publicly? Yeah, why are you reviewing that publicly available video I made instead of having a real-time conversation with me? Nigga, because you made a video. This is YouTube. Fuck, you don't understand how this works?
Yeah.
And so to me, he just wanted to interfere in that to begin with. Then on top of that, he really wanted to get up in here if and or, you know, sort of the idea of playing the victim, so he can go back to his. But to me, where I'm coming from is, I think, and again, I'm not gonna say Stephanie or Maya or somebody who's trying to reach that person is making a mistake. I don't think you are. I think if you, I think I understand the people who want to give people the benefit of doubt and they want to try to reach an effective place, and I think it's productive, because even when it doesn't work, it's a fantastic demonstration of a way to constructively deal with the issues. What frustrates me is I think they are far more versed in these things than they lead themselves on to be. And I think part of their sophistication, I hate to say it, is demanding and benefiting from that, oh, we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, we have to meet. Oh, see, I'm complaining about being canceled, knowing that they intend to use that as a shield from the consequences of the social consequences that they deserve, right? It is like a person going to the courtroom and going, now I broke into this home and they intend to take my freedom away. Yes, motherfucker, that's how this works. And so that's what bothers me, because for those of us in certain positions, and again, Stephanie, I'm not here to tell you you're not one of those people, which is why I think if you're affected, wherever you're coming from is we're going to try to make the most of it. But what gets frustrating to me is like, these are the people who get away with shit. And now they get away with even more, because even when they literally invade our spaces when we're trying to hold them accountable, oh, now we got to soft pedal the how we treat them, which, you know what I mean? Because it's like, yo, I intended to get up here and rip Xerxes a new asshole. And so now all they had to do to stop the asshole ripping is show up and say, well, I just don't understand, and can somebody clarify for me?
Oh, you remember at the very start of the conversation, I said, well, do you have anything to unsay?
I loved that, by the way. That was brilliant.
No, I stand by every word. And it's like, okay, well, fine, then let's.
What I really meant was,
let's see what you said, and then we'll have a conversation about it. And what I was trying to do, as the trans woman in the room, is be the I don't have an agenda. If you really want to learn something, we can have.
I understand. Yeah.
Right.
So that was my approach. I understand yours.
Sure. Same here.
And
same here.
I respect y'all, but my line is, if you don't have a YouTube channel, if you just somebody who's calling in who wants to know this shit, I will be more reasonable with you. But if you got a fucking channel and you're making some sort of money off of your hatred, I'm going at you full speed. I don't care who you are.
And I'm the opposite.
Yeah,
I can reach that
Marshawn
person.
Lynch.
I can reach that. If I can reach that person, I can reach their audience. And I mean, it's not often, but I mean, sometimes it happens. There's a lot of right wingers. I mean, former right wingers that are now, doing content.
Yeah.
Yep, and good for them. They realize that they're a piece of shit. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, that's the reason I was trying to be the voice of reason. It's because I knew that, okay, if Xerxes is in here, then he's got his posse listening to this stream. And so the trans woman in the room had better not be the one that is the screaming heartbeat.
No, I understand. And that was where me and, Oz parted ways, right? And then when we sat down and actually had the conversation to him, and I explained to him, I cannot have my friends ask me to accept Bob Price's apology and then blow up the stream being the angry black dude. And, Oz kind of understood that. And I understand that perspective, Stephanie. What I don't like is I've talked about this whole lack of moderation in our culture. And one of the things I don't like about especially people who don't understand me and my channel is I'm not always here for it. And if I just felt Xerxes came out here to be antagonistic. He came here to be an obstructive presence, and I don't even know. I didn't even, to be honest, that's part of the fucking game. I didn't even want to talk to him. I thought talking to him would be a waste of time. I thought he was a fucking asshole. I thought he'd continue to be a fucking asshole. He was a fucking asshole. He wasted a whole bunch of time. Wasted enough time to make the actual analysis of his video mostly unwatchable, which makes me feel like it fed into exactly what he was trying to do. I mean, there's layers to this shit, and I'm sure we'll get into more of it after the show in Gather, but let me go ahead and roll some more footage, if that's cool.
Just real quick, a
Go ahead,
comment
Ariel.
on what he was doing. And I might have gotten slightly mixed up because I have a TBI from long COVID, but I'm almost certain that him, or it might have just been someone who was a follower of her, but I'm almost sure it was him, that there was this comment that the only common ground that's shared between, I don't know if it was left and right or just basically the two groups, is a battleground. And like that
was him in the chat.
That was him in the chat, and I'm really glad you mentioned it, because he literally, that was as soon as he left, that was his parting comment, basically the only common ground between right and wrong or good and evil or something is the battleground or whatever. And I'm like, look, like, I'm sorry, y'all, but I'm a type of person, again, when somebody declares war on me, I believe them. I really do. I believe them. And
facts.
It's all, you know, yeah. But look, here's the thing. I also learned the same thing Stephanie and Maya talking about, right? And honestly, I got to be honest with you. It would disgust y'all how much racism I swallowed every day. Why? I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. Being violent, getting upset, punching people in the face, throwing hands, none of those were options. And had I taken any of those options, there's no way in fuck I would have got a PhD. There's no way in fuck I'd be the person I'm standing here for you. And my family had to always teach me, you got way more to lose than everybody around you every single day.
And I think, like, so just for context, I'm not a Christian by any means, but I think that this is probably what this idea of turning the other cheek means. It's not letting people abuse you. It's not giving it, basically not playing into what they want you to do.
Yeah. No, I've had people express. I mean, people take that passage differently, but that's. I think that's an important way that people have interpreted it, and that makes sense. And I don't think you got to be a Christian to value what that passage is about there. And again, I just think it's a healthy response amongst affected people. When somebody tells me I'm going in to sign the peace treaty, I'm going to go, please do. When somebody does what I do and says I'm a radical, weaponized fucking atheist, but I'm going to suit up and play drums at a worship service on Sunday morning so that if off chance somebody wants to express doubt and talk to an evolutionary biologist, there's somebody there to talk to. I want people to support that. When somebody else says, I'm going, look at the tree style, I'm pulling up a right-wing pastor and I am going to curse him out. And by curse him out, I do mean profanity, every other word. And I am a huge fan, you know, because I need all of it. I need all of it, to be honest with you. So, yeah, you know, I don't think we all know. And again, it's different. Like I understand where Maya's at. Like when there are people with Robert Price, for instance, who have known about Bob Price for years and known about his problematic views because he's been expressing them in social media. As Chrissy mentioned, he's had issues in the literature and in academia, and also people kind of knew he was a known entity. So for some of them, as soon as they saw him start popping up on Derek's channel, they're like, yeah, I don't watch nothing Derek does with Bob Price. Because they already knew, right? But I didn't find this out till after I lost my shit after Bob Price was on Doug's channel. What's the point I'm trying to make? When I talk to some of these people, they're like, oh yeah, we let y'all know because we knew y'all didn't really know Bob Price yet. But those of us who knew Bob Price, we was like, fuck off. We let y'all figure it out. Now y'all have figured it out, right? And that's kind of understand where somebody like Maya's coming from, because I think that's where Joel was coming from. Like people who are fans of Xerxes, like I was a fan of Doug fucking forever, are inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt with good reason, right? They feel like they have extra information on this person that's like gives them reason for optimism. I probably think, you know what I mean? I've been there, and I don't know in the end. I know me and Xerxes don't have that rapport, so, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I respect the crap.
No,
out
I mean,
of
I
y'all,
thought
and-
I thought the absolute like best of Doug, but I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No.
went good here. Good.
What were you saying?
Yeah, you good. Nitty, you're here, right? Is Nitty still here?
Yeah.
Yep, I appreciate
up?
you, Nitty, and I'm happy that you're here. But like, I just don't agree with Operation Save Souls from Doug. I just don't. And if you all, since you're in the community more and you interact with people more than me, and you guys, we're fans of Doug and other people, so like, you are definitely more connected to this stuff than me. But like, he's playing a game. He knows what he's saying is hurtful. So like, talking to him and engaging with him is just unfruitful. Thank you for being here, Nitty.
No.
Oh, I'm done with him, so
Right.
it doesn't hurt my feelings. But
Right. But I'm happy
No,
that
Doug
you came
is,
here from
Doug is
there.
a clear troll.
Yeah. He's a what?
Well, I mean, Doug is a clear troll, and I think we were
Mhm.
all subbed to him.
Yeah.
I unsubbed from Doug before, like I was watching that stream. I unsubbed before he even got to Price, like the original stream.
Mhm.
It just, I had no idea. Like, you know, you listen to people and their views, and you're like, okay, you think that people who understand how research works would look into something before they started being like super vitriolic, especially in the atheist community, just the way that atheists are treated. And it's just like, we don't actually eat babies. It's just, you know, we don't like,
Mm.
you know, this, that, or the other. You know, if you would actually just talk to someone, you would understand exactly what's going through their brain. And it's amazing to me that they will say that and not extend the same courtesy to a Black person, to a trans person, to a gay person, but will just like spout these like Tucker Carlson talking points. But again, Bob Price is just a legit idiot. And I'm not saying that Xerxes is salvageable. I'm saying I'm not convinced he's not.
I respect
And-
that. Mike, can you also, sorry, I mean, I just want to give you an opportunity here. Can you say a little bit more? Because I actually, so here's the thing. I am responsible for what Wayne said, right? I was on some Save the Community, Save Souls from Doug. And I want people to understand that there was a reason. The reason is because I felt like a big part of our community, Doug was central to that. Like Pine Creek was like kind of Mythvision. Like there was a handful of channels that were central to our gathering. And I felt like me really hard going away from Doug, because I was bothered by Doug, was gonna shake things up. Like I wasn't gonna, you know what I mean? And so I felt like it was important that people really saw what was up. And so I spent a lot of time, because like a lot of these other situations, I do want to make sure the community is on the same page, because that's my concern. I don't think I'm going to get through to Doug, but I do want people to understand why we ain't fucking with him no more. And then a lot of the other stuff happens because people, our community has feelings, right? And so what happens is like, there is this secondhand smoke effect where, like you said, you heard Xerxes agree with Doug, you're like, okay, I'm out, unsubscribe, right? So what happens within our what I consider to be our actual close friends group, the people we care about and think care about each other, is other people find it hard, right? So people find it hard to support people who they were supportive of Doug, right? So my concern is that's just going to cause a rift. And what eventually happens is it's causing a rift. And now we could either pretend it's not causing a rift and just let the rift happen, or we could acknowledge it and see what's up, right? And so that's kind of my deal. I'm only going to acknowledge shit like that because it's like, oh, I see this as something where the community could be, you know, and so let's make sure we all are have an opportunity to see what's up here. But the reason I say that is because that was a similar interest with Xerxes. Like, I literally don't know his name from Adam. But when Joel brought it up, I could tell that Joel was impacted. Like, oh man, I ain't know my man. And I was like, yo, that's what's out here. Like, that's how we felt with Bob Price. That's how we felt with Doug. Like, I get that feeling of being impacted by being a fan of somebody and then being disappointed. The reason I say all that, Maya, is to say, I did want to kind of give him a fair hearing to say, I know that there's a reason people are fans of this person. So as a fan of this person, can you tell us a little bit more about what you like about Xerxes' content, what attracted you to his content? Because that is why I'm here talking about him. Here talking about him and Doug is because these are people that people in our community are fans of, and I should let some of those people speak up if they're here.
So, you know, Xerxes was on on Sunday, I think it was, on Aaron Ra's Blasphemers Bible.
Yeah, with Randolph. Oh,
Randolph. Yeah.
Was he?
So,
Oh, with Randolph. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, he's on Randolph, and actually, I stopped watching Randolph.
He was on Aaron's Blasphemers Bible thing.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's you know, he's got his.
He's trying to make a bigger presence. I do. He did say that. I did hear him say that. I think if Aaron knew, I don't think he would associate himself with that.
Yeah.
See, I don't know.
Again,
I don't even know.
There it is. That's why we're here, folks. That's why we're here.
I don't want to go into the
anyone know Aaron?
but
Go ahead, Steph.
What'd you say?
I don't want to go.
No.
What do you call it? But go ahead, Maya. I just wanted to make.
Oh no, I was wondering what Ariel was saying.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ariel.
Oh yeah, and I mean I get where Stephanie's coming from too, like where, you know, we shouldn't be going around just trying to cancel people, but at the same time, shouldn't like if you're just telling Aaron Ra about some of the stuff that he said, like at the end of the day, it's Aaron's choice whether he wants to associate with that or not.
Right. And I'm not saying anyone should. I'm just saying Aaron doesn't strike me as the type of person that would be cool with that. And I'm just basing that off of his reaction for the ACA debacle.
Yes.
And
that
also, was another one where I had to make
yes. Good
Team
point.
Delahanty.
Good point, Maya. I would also say, Stephanie, you have a way of saying for the benefit of, right? And so that's the conversation. And like many examples of semantic poisoning, they are trying to take this awareness that we're trying to grow. And here's the thing. I'm going to tell you guys something. It's essential even to my arguments as a scholar. A big part of what I argue as a scholar of why academia should be supportive of me being out here on YouTube instead of firing me because I'm not in a lab somewhere is because this is a huge unregulated marketplace of ideas.
Facts.
And so in absence of the type of regulations we have at a university where we get to review the ins and outs and goodies of your work to decide whether or not your work is in fact worthy of being propagated, is your teaching in fact qualified that you should be allowed to teach the student body on a particular topic, none of those controls are in place on the internet. And so I actually fundamentally believe that this is a new, the public square. And in that public square, the people should have the power to use their voices to determine which ideas are valued and should be supported and which ones should not. And so it kind of pisses me off because in a sense, and again, I hate to keep it simple-minded, and I know you guys don't agree with this, but I'm of the point where I don't even want to play that game with them anymore. I don't want to sit here and let them cry cancel culture, and then we go, no, we're not canceling you. I want to hit them with the Stephanie remix and be like, look, dude, we feel like there's X, Y, and Z problem with what you're saying. Because of that, we don't want to keep giving you platform, having interactions for your benefit, supporting or liking your stuff. And if you would like to call that being canceled, then yes. Being canceled is one of the consequences of your... Because, in other words, what I'm saying is this canceling, to me, is a serious part of our democratic toolkit that we need. And we should not let them rail against cancel culture. In fact, stop us from canceling them.
Well, it's a joke. It's a joke to me. Yeah. For Xerxes to say he's being canceled is a joke to me.
Sure.
When
it's not popular enough.
When I'm at the tip of the spear.
And yes.
His actions are literally directed at eradicating my existence.
Look.
Don't talk to me about you being canceled, my poor rural Oklahoma or Texas boy, when you are enabling people to get up in front of a major conservative organization and saying I ought to be eradicated. Don't give me that shit, mate. Because you know what? That's ideological. I don't want you to be canceled. You can say whatever the fuck you want anywhere the fuck you please. I am not calling for your eradication.
Oh, yes. Oh.
That word was used. It's being used, and you're being an apologist for it. So fuck yourself all the way to Venus.
100%. Also, let's touch on something.
I'm really glad she said that, because just really quick. I'm really glad she said that, because if you look at what the right is doing, term cancel culture is a word that was constructed to shut down dissent from the left. They have never, ever had an issue with exhibiting the same behavior. They just don't like it when it's turned on them. So it was something that they did to shame. Stephanie said they can all fuck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's like just look at.
So I'm sorry. Just look at you guys have the plan. I'll shut up.
Yeah, go ahead, Ariel.
I was just going to say, the original cancel culture was McCarthyism, and look who was behind that. But the other thing that I was going to say, where was it? Oh yeah, what is Xerxes' ideological background? Why is he so hateful?
Dude, I tried to ask. He wouldn't give us a straight answer. As far as we know, it's just right wing. But we literally never got an answer about that. And if you find out any information, I'm not trying to be all up in the man's business, but I am genuinely curious as to a sincere answer to that question.
So you know that motherfucker got no credentials. Why are you even wasting breath on it?
No.
He's just a white guy with a microphone on the internet. Come on.
Because Wayne, sometimes I'm just being real. I'm genuinely curious as to what narrative they're being loyal to, because I don't get it. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm really asking, and I don't know. From what I hear, right? I hear a lot of biological essentialism, right? Yeah. But biological essentialism is an argument from biology. Now, again, people don't understand how sincere I am when I say biologists are not here to settle your debates, because what people don't understand is what biology is. Biology is the study of nature. It's a science, which means it's about literally providing testable explanations of the natural world. So all biologists are trying to do is understand the natural world. That's a very important distinction to make, because biologists don't tell us what we should or should not be doing. They could tell us what something is and pretty much how it's different from something else. Those are more or less the goals of biology, right? To understand. We could get into a lot of other stuff, but that's really it. It's so. And I say that because, Stephanie, I found a joy to learning that the evidence was on our side. right? I found it genuinely wonderful to learn that we have all of this evidence of, the range of human variation, and that biological evidence shows us so clearly exactly what it is, right? But what's not lost to me as a person who cares about people and what's right socially is I just imagine a world in which it did not. What if we did not have this information? Or what if the information said something else? It would not then make it right to use biology to dehumanize people. So what I'm basically trying to say is, if it be wrong to use biology as evidence to dehumanize people, we shouldn't have to use it to humanize them either.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just, focus on the essentials. It's like, at the end of the day, what difference does it make? You want to make a different definition for a woman, and you're going to base it in biology, but you're fine. We can have that discussion, and we can either agree or disagree, or come up with different definitions. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because the way people are in the real world, I mean, you may not. Yeah, that motherfucker wouldn't know I wasn't a woman if you met me in the street. He wouldn't fucking know.
We wouldn't say
He wouldn't
that.
have any fucking idea. It wouldn't,
Right.
It wouldn't even be a fucking question.
I'm not sure he did until we told him, right?
And that's the point. and
Looking at you right in your face.
For trans people, this is a real fucking problem. It's like, it was an expectation when I transitioned that one would, in fact, go into another closet with better clothes. That was it. You kind of had to do that in order to dance your way through the hoops of the gatekeepers.
Right.
Every little door. And it's, it's a really difficult. Nobody does this for yucks. Nobody does it for a trophy. Nobody does it for. Nobody does this for fun and games. And so you need to sort of ask yourself, why the hell would anybody do this? And why am I so invested in making sure people don't?
Yeah, and honestly, Wayne, that's literally where the curiosity comes from, because it's like, if you're gonna say it's biological essentialism, that's just not biology, and no part of biology is gonna say be loyal to this narrative. Biologists don't care. Here's what I was gonna say, Stephanie. So there's two parts for me. The first step was, I was really happy that there was this very clear evidence, right? The second part was, it became boring. I literally think it's boring. I think it's mundane. I think it's kind of stupid. Literally, like, I remember one time I was at a conference, and somebody said to me, I was at Ohio State University. I remember it was yesterday. They said that my research was heteronormative. And it was the first time I had somebody legitimately said that to me in a public setting. I didn't really know how to respond to it, because I didn't really know what was going on there. And I came up, I had the diplomatic response, which is that, that I was studying, that was the relevant research question for me, right? As we were trying to understand how males and females perceive each other in these particular contexts, because of its way as a gateway to reproduction. But what I remember thinking and trying to express was that I was so impressed that it actually is researchers in that field, particularly a lot of those who identify on that as queer, or trans, right, LGBTQ, have done so much of that amazing work. And so I remember thinking to myself, It's just not a research question I find that interesting because they've done so much on it. I'm trying to ask this very particular question over here because nobody's answered it. But yeah, it just became mundane to us that everybody knows this stuff. Everybody, and unless you've got some really fascinating, motivation to be asking one of those sort of leading edge questions, and normally that's related to what? Treatment, health concerns, understanding the evolutionary picture, getting a better, picture of the variation in the ontology and the development, just legitimate ass research questions. People don't find this stuff interesting. Right? Because again, biology doesn't exist to settle fucking debates, so we don't sit around debating this shit. And so it's amazing to me that people literally act like that's what's going on. It's actually mind-blowing to me. So Stephanie, it's like if they really looked into it, that's my point. If they really looked into it, not only would they find that there's an answer, they would find that the answers are so clear and obvious. They're literally, it's like Uncle Bobby says about porn. The debate is far more interesting than the product. There's so much of the evidence, and everything is, of course, you can literally predict. You're like, oh, they did a study about, do these people have a different, hormone and genetic profile? Like, yeah, I bet you they do. I bet you that's something to do with they got some different genes, they got some different hormone profiles, it's something different going on in their environment, maybe even a little bit of a maternal genetic effect. Yep, check. Fucking paper out of my goddamn face and let me go read something interesting. So it would blow their minds that there's so much of it. They'd honestly feel silly for questioning it.
But I mean, really, am I the only one that finds it appalling that people need science to just?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't have needed it to begin with.
No, seriously, because I wanted to be, when I first started hearing about it, I wanted to be pedantic about it. It's like, but why? Like, what does it matter? But then, it's really hard to look into it at all without coming past the suicide rates. Holy fucking shit.
Yep.
I mean, when I saw, I'm like, okay, all I have to do is say she, and they don't kill themselves en masse. After that, the whole thing was over. I don't whatever happens in my head, fuck it. I'll acclimate. If it doesn't kill a bunch of fucking people, kids. It's hard enough being an adolescent without having to go through the entire world trying to kill you.
Right.
I don't understand how you sleep at night, how you look yourself in the mirror, how you have this conversation at all without feeling like just the total piece of shit that you are.
Yeah, Steph, I don't know if you want. I'm gonna
looking at the numbers.
100%, Maya. I totally agree with you. And all I say now when I think about this is I have a trans problem, and I'm afraid of who's not trans. Right? It's so clear what the benefits of transitioning are to those who have this, who this is just who they are. That I'm afraid of who is not doing it because of social consequences. Restriction, not having the access to care. That to me, that is the only problem we should be concerned about. Who needs this care, and how can we get it to them? Because, like you said, when you see what the data is, it's just so alarming that that's the urgent need. And Stephanie, I wanted her to put a period on this, but she said it so eloquently. We need your fucking help, people.
I mean, it's just I'm sorry. I just have to the fucking hubris. That the slight discomfort of me having to put an S at the beginning of he is more important than your whole life. It's just oh my God. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm done.
Also, it's also one of the fastest ways to destroy patriarchy. It's just calling people that would be labeled as men under patriarchy or whatever the fuck. What's his name? Xerxes was talking about. He Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Come back to me. Something just happened in my room. I'm
Go,
sorry.
go ahead, Wayne. Go ahead, Seth.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the evolution of medical science over the course of the past 30 years or so, from the DSM 3.5 to the DSM 5, it's, well, I think DSM 4 dropped homosexuality as a mental condition. DSM 5 dropped being trans as a medical condition. What they kept was gender dysphoria as a medical condition, which is appropriate because that's the thing that
Agreed.
causes people distress. Being trans isn't necessarily a bad thing. I tried to make that point. It's just it's a facet of a very small number of in percentage wise of the human race, and some people are trans, some people are not. It's okay. It's just a way of being human.
I wish they did. Okay.
Which would be fine, except that it's not a problem being trans. The problem with being trans is the way society treats trans people. That's the problem. There's no ideology involved here, really, aside from the fact that if you're going to build a society that says this class of people are undeserving of being treated as human beings, then you're kind of got a bad society. I mean, I was in a discussion maybe 3 days ago on a stream where the guy was, it's like, what is a woman? The guy says a woman is a person who has given birth. Okay, a person who has given birth. So a person who cannot give birth for whatever reason, they can't be a woman, even if they were
Right. Yeah, no, this is silly. Yeah.
No. Okay, so what's a man? A man is someone with the responsibility of caring and nurturing a child. Someone who's responsible for a family. Okay. And in this guy's culture, the men have a little room and a chamber, and the women have a chamber, and okay. Men who have adopted children are accepted as men. Women who have adopted children are not accepted as women because they haven't given birth.
Yeah, that's just.
Think about that. I mean, in
wild.
other words, what we're talking about here is women in that culture are viewed as baby machines.
Absolutely.
If you ain't a baby machine, you ain't a woman. You're still a girl.
Absolutely.
You're a girl until you give birth.
I just wanted
to... and it's similar, in Islam.
Mm-hmm.
In Islam, you're known as the daughter of someone. Once you have given birth, bint al Ali, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you've given birth, you're the mother of someone. Ummah.
Wow.
And it's that perspective in which this is how gender is a social construct. That's how gender is a social construct. But gender as an internalized perception is a completely different thing, and it's really difficult to for someone who hasn't experienced not dysphoria per se, but for someone who hasn't experienced internal self-perception that is in conflict with your sex assigned at birth. It's very hard to explain because most people haven't experienced it. And again, it's just it's another way of being human. I mean, explain to me the human psyche in detail. explain to me the etiology of where all of these things come to be. Explain
Right.
to me the
Right.
etiology of every
Right.
disease on the planet, and then tell me that for this way of being human, that way of being human, the other way of being, whether we're talking about autism or ADHD or any, explain to me the etiology of all of those things, and then tell me that rather than treat that person and try to make their lives better, that we need more study.
Agreed.
We should let them sit there and suffer pain when we know what makes it better. We already
100%.
know what can alleviate suffering and can make a difference make a positive difference in a person's life, and say, well, you're going to have to sit and suffer while we study it because we're uncomfortable with it.
100%. 100%.
You've got a broken you've got a torn ACL. How are we going to diagnose it? Well, in 1960, we're going to diagnose it by feeling around here and trying to figure out what's not connected to what. In 2019, we're going to throw you in an MRI and find out exactly what's going on. Well, you're still going to treat the injury, whether it's in 1960 or in 2019. You're still going to treat the injury with the technology that's available to you.
Right.
And to sit and say that we see you're hurting, but we're going to wait for more study, seems to me incredibly cruel. We may be witch doctors. I mean, we may be treating it poorly. Maybe we will come up with other solutions. But to the current time, this is a solution that works. And a lot of people say, well, if you could take a pill that would reconcile you, reconcile your mind to your mind to your gender identity with the sex you were assigned at birth, would you take it? Most every single trans person I know would say no, wouldn't do it, because then I wouldn't be me.
I say this. I say, yeah.
You make the change. You rearrange me till I'm sane, because that's basically asking the majority culture to define you, or to use Janice Raymond's famous phrase in the Transsexual Empire in 1979, morally mandate transsexualism out of existence. And what did I just hear last weekend? Eradicate transgenderism. It's the same words.
I'm with it. Let's go ahead. I wanted to say, Ariel, I think your mic's having an issue, so
small group of people who love you. But beyond
check it
that,
out and mute it when you're not talking, please.
Assume everybody on the planet hates you, and just hope that you live in a country where the laws say that they can't hurt you physically, and then learn to deal with it. Learn to deal with the rejection of the world, and still find a way to be happy. And I think for people on the right, that's easier to do than people on the left. People on the left really struggle with that. They want to, just by not agreeing with them, they feel like it's taken away from their own existence. And
no one should accept being hated.
Nuts to me.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going to get through it.
When I first was sort of exposed to the issue, because I live in the Ozarks. I live in kind of the South. This isn't like a common issue here. So when I first started meeting people who identified this way, I kind of just shrugged it off. I was like, okay, whatever. I'll try to remember to call you she, her, or he, him, or whatever you want me to call you. But then the neo pronouns started propping up, and then the they, them thing started propping up. And here's the thing: I'm a speaker
you started in the right place.
Native speaker of the English language.
Seriously.
What they're basically asking me to do now is resculpt the automatic linguistic processes.
And
that are-
again, how many people
Yeah.
do you think have asked him to call them a neo pronoun?
Right. Has he ever put up this fight when somebody said, "Call me Dr. X," or President Y or Governor B? He's never put up this fight.
Right. And right. These are motherfuckers that will literally call Carrie Lake the governor of Arizona, knowing damn full well that bitch ain't win the goddamn election, but ask them to correct your pronouns, and they got a problem with that. But literally, I don't think anybody's ever. There's a couple things here that are again. I think if we're going to meet people where they're at, then fuck it, I'm with that, y'all. But let's be honest about where they're at, because they tell on themselves. And that's the part of the problem that gets me. How is it, first off, again, I think he's full of shit because no one has asked him to use a neo pronoun. At most, someone's corrected him when he's misgendered them, probably when he's done it intentionally. Now, the fact that he knows about neo pronouns means you've had to do some digging, because I gotta be honest with you, I was late to the whole neo-pronoun conversation. By the time I figured out what a neo-pronoun was and that people were doing more than just identifying as something they were not assigned at birth, people had already decided that wasn't even an important conversation to have anymore. People had already gone through that whole thing and said, they until you know better. If they ask you to do something different, go with it. Oh, cool. Capiche. Good to go. So by the time I showed up to the dance, the DJ was playing the last song. He is all up apparently in the neo pronoun debate, but then gonna show up acting like he doesn't understand what the situation is going on. Bro, you know exactly what's going on. You know exactly what's going on, and your ass probably gets a fucking news alert every time the woke left even breathes the thought of these issues. So they're knee deep in it, and then they want to play dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Can't stand it. Can't stand it, bro.
Yeah, this is like I called him out earlier, that Tucker Carlson shit. You know, it's all about appearing respectful while you actively try not to understand something. That, as he admitted, he did understand in the beginning. His first point, he was like, okay, somebody wanted to be referred to by, in a respectful manner, and I was like, all right, whatever, sure. And that's where it should have ended.
Stephanie, the one place I got to give him validity in this conversation is that he is a close second only to you. Of all the people that we've had in this gather today, unless you are transsexual, nobody thinks about this more than Xerxes in this room. Guaranteed. None of us think about it more than he does.
What I was specifically referring to was nobody really investigates gender and what it means to them personally unless they're affected by it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, it's cis people do not have to worry about this.
Yeah, 100%.
And the reason that trans people have to worry about it is because we're basically told you can't be. And that was my childhood. That's impossible. You are impossible.
I just can't even imagine what that's like being told. I mean, I didn't like being told I was black on the outside, white on the inside, or a lot of those other mean insults. But there was always a way in which they were jabs, right? They were never really like seriously telling me I was black. They were trying to say you're not black. Right, but it's a real different. I just want people that, because those of us that are cis should just reflect on that for a moment. What it's like to literally be told that your whole life. And again, the reason I think it's important for us to think about it is because what's being asked of us in terms of, like Stephanie said, we need to help. Is we're just being asked to use the correct pronouns. Vote the right way, oppose legislation, write to your congressman, whatever it is you can do. But it is important that we think about why when somebody like Stephanie speaks up and gives us the opportunity. And I thought about that when we did the Trans is Beautiful shows with the movie nights, because one of the things that the movie nights really brought up and brought out is how everybody else denies your reality because it doesn't fit their narrative, your entire fucking life. So yes, it is great if somebody says, use these pronouns, call me this, don't vote for this fuckface. You go, sure, good to go, got it. But if they speak up, like, really, let's reflect on why it's such a serious issue. Just try to imagine what it's like to go through that your entire fucking life and then have these assholes refuse you such a simple courtesy. Crazy.
In my mind when I see.
Oh, go ahead, Steph. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted.
You're fine.
One of the things that was kind of disturbing in the interaction with Xerxes tonight was when he was mentioning a coworker who I could tell I could tell that she was a guy. And describing the various physical attributes of this person, and this is the nature of think about who that person was, and I would assume, and I may be wrong, and Xerxes isn't here to correct me, but I would assume that this is a person who is just coming out as trans and doesn't know how to dance. And believe me, gender is a dance. Gender is a performance. It's a dance. It's something you do.
Yeah.
And you learn what works and you learn what doesn't. And you learn the techniques and especially I suppose I'm not a guy, so I don't know. I suppose guys learn the dance too. But the lady dance is a very, very specialized dance. You have to be aware of a whole bunch of stuff, cues and all of this. And it's part physicality, it's part presentation, it's part the whole stuff, and it's not really playing the role, but it is something we learn. We learn how to be men. We learn how to be women. We do it through our teenage years. We are corrected by our peers. We are corrected by our parents. We are corrected by our church. We are corrected by all of the elements of society. And we learn how to play this gendered role. And if you don't do it well, you wind up with less impact, less fewer friends. You wind up in this middle ground where you just can't fit. And and it's really funny. It's not just the trans people who often talk of the second puberty stuff, which is a real thing. I mean, the physiological changes are immense. Most of the people, to be honest, most of the people who are online are not people like me. There are a few that transitioned years ago.
Right.
Most of the trans people you'll see online are people that are relatively, it's like, oh, I'm, X number of years since hormones, and it's usually under 5.
Sure.
And it's a real process. It's not just the physiological changes. It's the social changes as well.
I would love to.
It's shall I use the word, queer. It's very, very queer.
I'd love to have another stream as we are growing and getting to know some more friends that live this, that have this lived experience. I'd love to have a conversation about that, because what struck me about what you just said is that's a meaningful conversation where those of us that are interested or curious or allies or just seeking to understand could benefit from. Now here's a thing you said that I don't know that many of us think much about: a second puberty. So here it is. There's an experience that literally does mark your lives as unique, a unique journey, a unique struggle, a unique experience that a lot of us don't even know is happening, because we have to be engaged in, well, so-and-so wants to deny you medical care. This person over here doesn't want you to play sports. This person over here, doesn't want to allow there to be books starring trans characters or whatever. And so a lot of us are only hearing that noise. And in the brief moments that noise quiets down, and we actually hear you talk about your actual lived life outside of the context that the right-wing asshole bigots set the stage of, right? Because all those issues are conversations they wanted to start and they want to have and things they want to fucking rail about. We're going, holy shit, Steph, I've been trying to be an ally my whole adult life, and I ain't never even heard of this shit before today.
Well, again, to focus back on what Xerxes was saying, I imagine this person that he was interacting with was, just at that, at that point. And he probably caught that person right at that point of, that early, I've accepted myself as trans and I'm trying to work this through. And yeah, I mean, and you see this in media too. I mean, it's like that whole TV series Transparent was not well done, really. But it was the same sort of thing. It was like that point is very, very awkward. Think of being an awkward teenage boy or girl, only you're 35.
Yeah, that's. I appreciate you sharing. Yeah,
trying to do. If you are undergoing a medical transition, you're undergoing physical changes.
Right.
And
right.
You're trying to learn the dance.
Right. Wow. So both of these things are happening. And I hate to say this, but for so many of us, one thing we can identify with was the struggles of that period in our lives, right? Because that is sort of a human universal, that all of us were going through physical, social changes, trying to figure it all out. Where's our place? Who are we? I think that's a universal theme.
You're learning to be a pro. You're learning to be a sister.
Whatever it is,
You're hanging with the mean girls. You're hanging with the cool guys, or whatever.
Right.
I mean, there's that shit. But you have to do that again.
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say is kind of along the lines of what Maya was talking about. End the conversation once you hear about the suicide rates. End the conversation once you realize who would sign up for a second puberty. Mm-hmm. And if that's part of what we know this community is, yeah, and if that's part of what we know this community is consistently dealing with, damn, why you want to be one of the assholes making this more difficult? Why you want to be? Because that's what I was thinking too when he started talking about, well, I knew a person who I could tell was clearly assigned male at birth and they were trying to be a woman. Remember, because I asked them, were they trying to be, do you think they were trying to live as a woman? Yeah, I do. Nigga, then why are you trying to interfere with that?
Yeah, I know.
Like, what seems to be the problem? Because
why are you being an asshole?
Right. because that's what you were talking about, right? That person was in his life going through a second puberty, and he's hurting and not helping. Part of what that person needs is support when they are trying to learn to live at the same way. You ain't really know how it all worked. You ain't know how sex worked, and ain't none of us know how this shit worked, and they got to learn all over again. That should be reason enough to just be incredibly allied to the cause. But I really do appreciate you sharing that. That's a deep perspective for a lot of us to recognize. That's a serious thing we should be talking about. That is part of this. It's like not having a conversation about redistricting, not having a conversation about critical race theory, not having a conversation about wealth gaps and property gaps, education achievement. Why? Because we're stuck at, well, is it okay to burn crosses, or is it not okay to burn crosses? I mean, should we accept the lynching of Negroes, or should we not? Should niggers be allowed to vote or not allowed to vote? Right? If we were stuck having those conversations, we would never get to those other more meaningful things we need to really talk about and address, again, because like you said, we should be treating the situation with all of the resources we have available to us. And we can't use all of the resources available to us when we can't talk about all the issues we need to be talking about, because these people are trying to take away rights. That's definitely so eloquently put. They already have.
And the key element in the whole thing is focus on the people. These are people, for God's sakes. It's not if you're having a problem with a person, don't blame it on anybody's ideology except your own.
Yeah.
It's focus on the person. They're just trying to live. And for people who insist that there's some sort of there's some other goal, some subversive intent on the part of these people, that's it's not. Who would do it?
Who would do it?
Who would willingly go ahead and do this for the sake of waving a flag? It's dumb. It beggars belief that anybody would even consider it.
Yeah. And again, what is he actually saying it is? In this appearance with Doug, what is he saying? He's saying it's vengeance? Look, we're going to roll some tape. Get the fuck out of here. That's fucking wild.
That's an expression of ideology.
Wild.
And it's not an expression of ideology on the part of trans people.
100%.
Trans people don't have one.
Don't have one.
See a particular person, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't even think about the pronouns I'm using to describe a person when I see them. And sometimes I mix it up because there are masculine looking women and there are feminine looking men. And then all they do, they just correct me, and I
try using a neutral one.
But now at this
people
point,
don't even get pissed about that. Let's keep going.
That I'm the bad guy for, being confused or not understanding why this is the case, or trying to get like a coherent response or explanation as to how this is supposed to work, because I hear contradictory things. One transgender person will tell me it's innate to a person's psychology, that there's a designated female psychology and a designated male psychology, and sometimes you can be born in a male physiology with male sex organs and gametes and chromosomes, but you have a female psychology, right? And that's kind of easy to understand, I guess. It's a little weird.
Easy to understand. There it is.
Well, there is.
I guess that works.
There is.
But then there's the flip side, which is that there are no, essential characteristics or properties to being a man or a woman, and it's all just a social construct.
Well, it's interesting, like testing.
Yeah, Sal, I think something's wrong with people that are super bigoted too.
Some people have sent me stuff.
And I actually was wondering that, gang. So I think since Sal mentioned it, Sal said, I really do think hate is a mental illness. Listen, I can tell you as somebody dealing with bipolar who's been hospitalized on a number of occasions, it does not take much to get involuntarily committed to a hospital. I mean, you could literally just not sleep long enough, say some weird shit, people find a full medicine pill. Like I'm telling you, and they gonna call them people on you. And if you have a history, trust me, they're coming to get you. And you ain't no chance you're getting out of this situation without an evaluation. So, should we be treating people like this? like, does there come a point where, because look, a lot of us are saying, like, they're definitely hurting people, they're definitely harming people, they're enraging a lot of people in society like Wayne to the point of, like, wanting to throw hands on these motherfuckers, and y'all saw me, I was shaking with anger. And we try to meet these people where they are, and they literally seem like they just stuck on stupid.
You can't meet someone where they are if where they are is on your neck.
Well, 100%. But Wayne, what I'm saying is, why not put them in an actual professional setting, right? Then people gonna talk to them real calm. Isn't that how they supposed to like it? They like it real calm, real sweet, real institutionalized, talking to a professional, calm tones, a safe environment for them to really express themselves. To me, they could get all of that shit in psychological treatment.
Right.
Let's go over this again. All right, now, see, this is the same exact face. All I'm going to do is change the complexion of the face, okay? Now, how do you respond to this one? Hi, Mr. Davis. Hi, Mr. Davis. That fucking nigga right there. Nope. Yeah. See, we're not ready. All right, go back. We'll see you after group. We'll see. Look, I'm telling you, I'm a bipolar ass motherfucker. They put me in the hospital for less. You're not gonna get a lot of sympathy over here. You're really not. They done put me away, Wayne, because I didn't sleep.
Right.
Or because they thought I wasn't taking my pills. No, I was actually taking my pills. Oh, we just wanted to check. We brought you in anyway. You
Let me tell you some real ass shit. Where I work at assisted living, right?
Right.
Most of the people there are there for severe and persistent mental illness, and they're all ages. And one of the people in there, one of the youngest people in there, he had said one time to a psychologist that he was having like disturbed thoughts, and he vividly described the disturbed thought. But it's not his character. It was just him having like, just talking. But this
100%.
She thought he was so violent that he's still like basically being patrolled by the state.
Oh, yeah.
I mean?
Oh, bro, I fucked around and was too honest with the state one time. I got locked up, y'all. This was when I was in college, some real shit. When they were doing the intake interview, the lady asked me, so listen to the question, y'all. Have you ever thought about suicide?
Ever?
I said, I'm pretty sure everybody's thought about it before, right? Suicide watch. I spent the fucking night on a meat counter. When you go to the meat counter and the big counter in front of you, it's just metal. It's just cold as shit. That's what you sleep on. I'm not even lying. Why? Because you can't have any bedding. They think you're suicidal. You can't have an actual mattress in there. They think you'll smother yourself with it. They put you in the nakedest, stripped, coldest. Is nothing but concrete and metal. Which ironically does what, y'all? You guessed it. You ain't never gonna think about suicide more in your life than when somebody ironically puts you on suicide watch. But again, all you did was fuck around and admit that you've thought about it before, or that you think everybody's thought about it before. No, that's too much. But somebody need to lock these fools up, man.
Yeah, one last thing. That's the reason why I am my day job is in the mental health field, because I went through a fucking day treatment program, but because there weren't any counselors of colors there, I couldn't say what I was really feeling at the time, and I don't feel like I got the full treatment that I could have gotten, just because they would have thought that my thoughts are too violent or too whatever, when they're really just thoughts about being a black person in America. You know what I'm saying?
100%. Yeah. I mean, and I feel that tension even in this community sometimes, where I'm like, Wayne, I'm with you, but we just can't go there in this community right now in this space.
You still have to explain to people why property damage isn't as bad as they think. Blah, blah, blah.
I feel you, brother, though, and I appreciate your patience with all of us. I really do. Our community's trying, and that's why we work with them.
Right.
About this fMRIs, you can see certain areas of the brain light up that are more similar to females, and other males are different. But the thing is, when you start testing, let's say, butch females, tomboy girls, are they any different than, let's say, a trans person? And then if...
Yes, and yes. They're systematically different than whatever non-tomboy presenting females, and significantly different than trans. The answer is, there's an answer. You didn't look it up because you don't care, because you don't want to know, and you're asking another fucking moron who doesn't know. You don't want to know. I hate this. I really just want to know. I'm really curious.
Mm-hmm.
You're so curious you can't be bothered with a Google search?
Tucker Carlson, man, like I said.
That's some serious curiosity, because curiosity has levels to it, y'all. Some people are, some people, y'all think I'm a fucker with y'all and say some people are PhD serious. I'm not even gonna tell y'all that. That's not even
Right.
that's not even a deal. Some people are PhD serious, plus whatever they're curious about, they do that shit in their spare time. Like, I work with scientists who go home after they leave the lab and fuck around and do more science. They're PhD plus serious. I do this for a living and do this around the clock type of serious. Then there's just regular old, I don't know, I went to grad school for this, or I went, made it my major in college and got the job in the field curious, right? Then there's like, I don't know, I do a lot of reading in my spare time. I stay on top of my own research. I go out of my way to take some online courses type of curious. These motherfuckers are so curious, but they ain't never Google it curious.
The thing that Doug and Xerxes are getting into here are matters of ideology. Well, what about this? What about structures in the brain? What about blah 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 blah? And it's like they know enough to be dangerous. And the thing is that whatever the I said this before, whatever the ideology of transness, the fact remains that whatever the ideology is, whether it's natal hormones or brain structures or whatever, it seems like these guys are looking for a way to eliminate it.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
and rather than accept that this is a feature of the human condition for a very small number of people, and we ought to just simply accept them and not wonder how come they're queer or bizarre or strange. It'd be great if we could understand it, and if we could understand it, then perhaps we could accept it. Demonstrate to us a physical cause, and then it'll be okay. But what will be okay, when your prior is these people can't exist? That's my problem. It's like, okay, so the brain is wired differently, and that's great. What is your solution to that?
I have a solution.
And let them be and let them live a life without you motherfuckers jumping in and saying, no, you can't, and we will change you? Or is it whatever the reason you are who you are, you're loved for who you are? I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Well, I'll tell you, I've seen Doug so many times. That's why I'm not intimidated by him, and I don't think he's carrying a bunch of weight. Like, whenever he goes into the science shit, like you mentioned earlier, when he's talking about nerves and whatnot, just look Doug right in his eye and say, you can't use part of science to disprove all of science. That's just it. And tell them to shut the fuck up and go to a lab with that shit.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Stephanie, you brought up something that I wanted to touch on because you really touched on the difference being at the tip of the spear. And I forgot to mention this earlier, but I think it's a good time to talk about it now, which is let's be clear about what we mean when we even talk about quote unquote cancel culture. Canceling, right, y'all, is something that we started talking about when what? Celebrities and people in largely very public sectors of society, largely politics, and even more importantly, entertainment, right, were facing consequences for their bad and typically criminal behavior. And so they had privileges taken from them. Think about what it means to cancel something. What do you cancel? You don't cancel people. You cancel television programs. You cancel somebody's appearance on a platform. You cancel a channel. You cancel a subscription. So all of these things are privileges. And they are things that people don't have any right to and can absolutely be taken away from you as consequences of your behavior. And so don't talk to her about being canceled when she's at the tip of the spear, when you're trying to end their ability to exist. So the way I see it is I am happy to accept y'all losing privileges when you're trying to take away other people's rights. I'm happy to make that trade all day, every day. Just like you run a stop sign, cause an accident, and you were drunk, guess what we gonna do? Your driving privilege just got all sorts of revoked. Fuck around and do that shit again. Eventually, your ass is gonna permanently do what? Not have the ability to drive. Does anybody lose weepy tears over you? No. Nigga, if you don't know how to act right on the internet, there's consequences to that shit. But that is in no way even comparable to what marginalized people are actually going through. And it reveals how dense you are that you don't seem to understand the difference between the two.
100%, Jay.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go away, I'm listening. We're listening. Oh, he had to get through the corner. Oh, yeah. All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
Oh,
I'm not
all
speaking.
right.
You go ahead.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and play this. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
If you can actually find a test to
wait, I can hear
say
you. I don't
for
think Jay can
sure
hear you.
that someone has this dysphoria, or let's say with a
hang on. Yeah, I can't
confidence.
hear. Who is it? I can hear Wayne. Wayne, who can I hear? Oh, Ariel. Is it Ariel?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. You were having some noise there before when you were away. Go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't away. I was trying to talk before, but I was never able to get it.
I thought you stepped away for a second. Sorry, I tried to mention the sound issue I was having.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
What I was going to say was that your comment about like basically that they put people on this metal table for their own safety. Like it seems, I might be wrong on this, but it seems to me that it's just a dehumanization technique. Because if they're arguing that someone could hurt themselves on a mattress, you could bash your head into a metal table.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, really, yeah, no. It felt absolutely sadistic, to be honest with you, and I was not in the frame of reference where. A frame of mind where I was, gonna be a harm to myself or anybody else, and I certainly just found the experience utterly just dehumanizing and terrible. But yeah, it didn't feel to me. If you really want to be, especially because you're under observation, so to me, none of those issues are real concerns because You're in a fucking prison with a bunch of jacked up ass guards and you're literally under surveillance. You're in a room where you're under constant surveillance. So if you go to do something, there's someone watching you to stop you. The thing to do would be to make sure you're in a comfortable, stable situation that's going to minimize the risk of self-harm. But we already know the conditions in our prison system are not set up to do that, which is an entire problem on its own. So, you know, they gotta do some extra fucked up shit because they can't give you pro-human treatment in a prison, which is a whole separate issue in and of itself. But yeah, thanks for that, Ariel. And feel free to hang out because you know, if you have more to say, we'll probably chat about this after we end the stream.
This level, you could actually use that and say, okay, you're person X cannot go into a woman's bathroom unless they've had this test done and passed it. And then they get a little card saying, yeah, I am certifiably in my mind female gender.
Why give them a card? Just give them a star.
How many
give them a gold star.
Trans people would be willing to do that test and risk that they're not who they think they are? And then you could take it one step further. Even women who say they're women, like from the biological point of view, would they take that test and maybe they're actually a man and they weren't aware of it? Like, if you would have, this would be so dangerous, right? And it would basically get rid of the whole idea. Well,
I was wondering how far it was going to get. Go ahead, Seth.
Stop the tape. I just want to say at this point, and then roll the tape after I say this.
Sure.
The only people who have ever been excluded from the Olympics, the only people who have ever been excluded from a competition in the women's division in the Olympic Games have been cis women. This is the test that he's talking about. The only people who have ever been excluded from competition in the women's division have been cis women. There's only been one trans woman who's ever competed, so there's that. In the since 2004 to present,
right.
There's only been one trans woman who's ever competed, but there have been many cis women who've been excluded from competition.
Right, and it's
on
because
the basis
they're
of the kind of test that this asshole, I'm sorry, this gentleman is proposing.
Yes.
How many would be? How many of how many people would be excluded from this level of scrutiny of their biome, of their genome, of their physiognomy? I mean, before 2004, and before, actually, I think it was like 98 or 2000. It was in the 90s at some point in time that they stopped having physical examinations of for female athletes. You strip naked in front of a board. There's film on this.
Sure.
Now, strip naked in front of a board of men, mostly men.
Yep.
To prove that you've got a vajayjay, and that it looks right.
Yeah. Yes.
It's
passable.
just,
a passable vajayjay.
When you start applying this in real life, and I got into that, started to anyway, with Xerxes tonight. How are you going to in real life, in a practical world, make a test? You're going to have everybody be tested for their karyotype before they can take a piss.
Okay, but Steph, here's another thing too. Like, you're a lot smarter than he is, so I don't know if people caught this, but you kind of killed him softly too, right? Because you asked him a couple of questions about how he knew his status, and they revealed he couldn't give you a good answer because all his answers were not actual.
I've got a pair of balls was his answer.
Yes, right. That was fucking brilliant. But not only did it realize that he didn't have a competent answer for the thing, it revealed that for your questions, it also realized. It also made.
He came at me with what's your karyotype? Well, he didn't use the word because I don't believe he knows it. But it's like, what's your karyotype? Oh, are you XY? It's like, what's yours? You should show me yours. I'll show you mine. We'll play doctor here, Xerxes.
Right, and to me, it revealed that he was also just assuming that he would just get the you don't have to actually take the test pass. But he could subject other people to it.
I know my karyotype. I don't think he knows his, and it ain't XY. That's mine.
So that's beautiful. Yeah, no, I think this is a great conversation. All I wanted to add to that is that I hate when they do this. For those of you that are less familiar with Doug, congratulations.
Hey, man.
But Doug's famous for a couple of thought experiments people think are halfway decent, but his real MO is he does what violates to me the essential rule of thought experiments. The first rule of thought experiments is you have to think through that shit before you ask the rest of us to. And this motherfucker never does. He comes up with this shits on the fly or in the fucking mirror while he's jerking off. I don't know. But he never thinks through them shits himself. And this is a pure example of that. And one of the things he likes to do along with this is he proposes these things, since he hasn't thought through his own thought experiments, and then comes up with the problems for solutions that nobody proposes except for him and his dumbass thought experiment that he hasn't thought through, and then acts like he's made an effective argument against the other side because there's a problem with the solution that he proposed that nobody wanted other than him and his dumbass thought experiment. And here's a perfect example of it. Oh, would anybody want this? Nigga, when did we say there should be a test? None of us have ever said we should be doing a test. If you want to even reflect on your example, your soup du jour, your example of the day, which would be Stephanie, she wants a F on her driver's license. Yep. Anybody ever say that there should be a test on that shit? Nope. We think if she walks up to them and says, yeah, I identify as female, please fix this, they should fix it. We think when trans kids want to participate as the gender they identify in sports, we should let them, unless the governing body of the motherfucking sport tells us otherwise. None of us are proposing a test. When it comes to their medical care, none of us are proposing a test other than whatever medical procedures them and their medical team deem appropriate. So these motherfuckers who are acting like they're unaware of exactly why we don't use these type of tests, because we've already figured out how stupid and futile that would be, and we don't want to live in a world where we ask people to perform these type of tests. We literally think this type of thing is fucking inhumane. There has to be all types of permissions gathered for the census to do it, because the government recognizes it's intrusive for us to ask this shit unless we have a really good reason to. Researchers have to pass institutional review boards and all types of shit because they recognize how intrusive it is to try to ask these people this shit. So even ask people, shouldn't even, because it's none of your fucking business. But he wants to create his little fucking ninth grade fiction fucking thought experiment. What if everybody had to pass the test? And then he goes, I figured it out. No one would want to take that test. Nobody. You might fail the test. Even the women wouldn't want to take that test. You just got to see how the only person Doug ever outsmarts is himself.
Self-reporting can be wrong, and are you willing to test it?
No. Nobody. No. We're not willing to test it.
I mean, I don't.
And
so
nor are we willing to propose the test.
Though, like, is there going to be like designated bathroom monitors in every public venue to like check your card?
No, we got straight white men to do that already.
Right now, it's such a small percentage of people that this is an issue.
Paying people for work y'all do for
make
free.
A very fair argument.
That's the other thing that baffles me.
Yeah,
that's the other thing.
Why are we even talking about this, right?
In the world? But it's such a
pause it just a second.
issue.
I said this the other night, and if you were here that night, I apologize. But again, just for the sake of this argument about bathrooms, every American almost every American lives
Yes.
with a trans bathroom in their home. And if you're like, no, my sisters always had theirs and I always had mine, blah, 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 good for you. Have you ever been to a house party? Because if you have, you have participated. You've existed in a trans bathroom, a bathroom that people of multiple genders use. It's not something scary. If you've been to a house party, you shouldn't be afraid if you're in public.
Wayne, I gotta be honest with you, bro. I'm not. I know I'm the most high apostle, but I don't do this for the money, y'all. I only got one bathroom in my house. That means all I have is a gender neutral bathroom.
Facts.
I have no other choice. There's no other. It's too terrifying. There's no other options. All the bathrooms here are gender neutral. You know, I walk to the local Quality Dairy to shit just so I can find a men's room.
Exactly. Like most wedge issues, if you think about it for 30 seconds, it don't make no fucking sense.
No fucking sense at all.
Yeah, you have a gender neutral bathroom, but the seat's always up, you fuckers.
That's hilarious.
Keeps coming up. I meet a lot of these people on the internet, sure, but in real, like, day-to-day life, I don't meet that many. I did encounter a few of them at a protest not too far from where I live in a city. I don't know what they were protesting, but I will say that, like, if you wanted me to not be apprehensive
they were
or
protesting.
repellent to your movement, you probably should have picked better looking people. Like, some of these people are just genuinely disgusting. Like,
again, bruh, if you want me to be soft to your bigotry, why didn't y'all pick somebody good looking enough to actually appear on camera? Notice how he sat down with myself, and I'm going to call myself one of those woke liberal ivory tower academics who's totally all about guys, I literally think the one reason I'm totally willing to be underpaid by universities the rest of my life is because I think that they're a bastion of liberal indoctrination, and I love that. When I see that university and I go, oh, you guys are helping that liberal indoctrination of America. Okay, I accept this paycheck. I love that. And Stephanie was here, you know, the trans person, and the only motherfucker who wasn't on camera, and we can't and we don't know their real name.
Abs and the fake
Yeah. Yeah.
Into arms and everything.
Yeah.
His avatar is also too light skinned for that region and the time, but all right, that too.
Yeah, I guess these right wingers, and fucking Doug's out here looking like the fantasy no one's ever had. Like, I guess they need to just pick better looking representatives of their bigotry, and maybe we'd all be a little bit more accepting of it.
You know, in Xerxes' mind, I'm quite sure you're trans? Oh, God, you're ugly. Jesus, you know, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in his mind. Oh well, there are no pretty trans women. Oh really? I don't think
Don't say that. Don't say that, because we're gonna hurt your feelings, bro.
Oh my
We're gonna
God,
have you wait, bro. We gonna have you Wayne. We ain't gonna have them questioning.
I mean,
we're not gonna have them a little bit aroused. We're not gonna have them a little bit aroused.
My glory days were ages ago. It's like I'm not.
I can't fucking wait until like 2030 when like some porn star at like the top level is gonna come out and be like, "Yeah, I've been trans the whole time. You've been jerking off."
Right.
It's already happened.
Wayne,
it's already happened.
Yeah.
That's already a thing.
Wayne, that's what I was gonna say. Like that's how we get them, y'all. We're not gonna get them when they looking at the picture a little bit confused. We're not gonna wait till they're a little bit maybe turned on. We're not gonna catch them with a flaccid dick in their hands. We're not even gonna catch them mid-stroke. We are gonna wait till they are all the way about to splooge, that moment of no return, and then lean right over. She's trans, and just fuck their whole day up.
There was a very famous model back in the, I think in the 80s, who was Stealth. For those of you who don't know what stealth is someone who is trans but does not let anybody know that they're trans.
Thank you for deciphering the code.
And they're passing. And there was a very famous model who got outed, and her career was decimated.
Oh, damn.
You know,
but she was fine, and she could walk.
Because she was classically
Because they couldn't put the
very
nuts back in the bottle.
pretty. She was had a very good career going for herself.
Right.
But as soon as it came up that she was trans, her career went right down the toilet.
That's
it's terrible.
And this just goes to show the whole objectification of the feminine and of classical beauty, or the beauty of the time. And the beauty changes over time tremendously, or what is accepted as attractive, feminine attractiveness changes dramatically over time. I mean, contrast Twiggy of the 60s and the pre-Raphaelites. That look. You go from buxom to boyish in terms of people's perception of what's beautiful or what's desirable in a woman, and there you go. It's just it's all it's marketing, and it's very shallow. But as soon as so a person who built a career on her looks got her career destroyed because she was trans.
That's fucking garbage.
It is really trash. Also, I was just gonna say that like it also to me reveals like that right wing ideology, which to me is very church like, and the church is creepy that way because number one, like they do objectify people to the point that like they literally think you shouldn't be a broadcast journalist unless you're hot. And then the way that their pastors and their cultures objectify women, especially based on their beauty, like I don't know if how the last time any of you have been to an evangelical church, but the regularity at which the leaders brag about the attractiveness of their women is alarming. The other thing that's alarming is the narrative in which their wife's sexuality, especially prior to their marriage, is a sin that they've had to overcome. Like, oh, it was a really struggle for us to overcome, her past sexual deviance, and the Lord's really working on my heart and forgiving her for all the blowjobs she gave when she was in college.
What?
And it's I don't know, but yeah, guys, they talk like this, and it's fucking scary. And this is that same shit. Oh, you haven't heard? You haven't heard? You're only supposed to let the sexy people talk for you. It's like, I don't know if you've heard, but go fuck yourself. That's not true. But thanks for revealing exactly the type of fucking shallow, superficial asshole you happen to be. Like, again, when these people tell you who they are, believe them, because when they tell you that's how they think, that's how they think.
Well, the Women's March, the Women's March after Trump got elected, right? It's like the right was all going on about how ugly all the women were in Washington D.C. You go, oh well, yeah, there might be 750,000 women here, but they're all ugly.
Have you seen converts?
Right-wing women look so much better than left-wing
Yes.
women. Like it's just such it's
Yes.
just such
Yes.
painful stuff. I mean,
Yes.
Meanwhile, they're all jacking off to AOC feet pics. All right, whatever.
Seriously. Seriously. Amazing. All right, here we go, y'all.
control.
Finish this bullshit.
Yes, we're almost getting through. It's like a fucking
It's like
marathon,
watching a person
man.
eating like a bowl of live maggots, right? Like, imagine how you would feel if a person ate a bowl of live maggots right in front of you in your place of work,
Oh
or just out in the
Lord,
public,
they make it
and
so
then like
hard
you're
to
like, "Ew,
listen,
that's
no.
gross. I don't want to be a part of that."
I
You
know.
walk away, but then you get told you're the bad guy for being grossed out by that.
You know what? I'm going to make a guess here, but I bet you anything, if you were to
Full of
rate
maggots.
transgender people based on looks, and then get an average, and say anybody above a 5 in this group, anything below a 5 in this group, I bet you'll find more right-leaning transgenders that are better looking.
Just no. Just
Because
no.
they probably make more of an effort to pass is the thing. Like with the left leaning, it's just accept you. Like the left leaning people have the body
Why
positivity.
do they have
movement
to
too,
make an effort
which
to
blows
pass?
my
Who
fucking
gives
mind.
a
It's like an
shit?
ex-fat person. Like,
Why are we listening to this construction
man, I
site?
missed the mark by a few years. I should have just waited.
Because he
and
showed
then I
up
would
here
just
trying
live
to stop
beautiful
us
just
from
because,
listening. So now we're on a
whatever.
completionist mission.
No, I don't know if it would apply to me because I'm a man. You know, it's the
No, this is
fatty,
construction site
beautiful
talk. This
people
is
are
a
usually
locker
always
room.
women.
Oh, hell yeah.
As a matter of fact, I can't think of
Hell
anybody at the
yeah.
top of my head who's one of these fat is okay or fat is healthy people, and they're not women. It's like exclusively women who preach
wrong.
this.
Yeah, it's because I want to be loved, right? It's all based on that. I want people to love me, but if you're 5'3" and 300 pounds, whether a man or a woman, it's going to be really tough to look at
You aren't appealing to
and,
me.
and have pleasant thoughts.
And again, you fucking perverts, stop sexualizing fucking everything.
rolling the tape.
I
Let him tell
know.
Evolutionary, we are repulsed by that.
Doug, nobody wants to fuck
So
you
this whole idea
anyway.
of fat people.
That's why he's out of the
winning
garage.
Pageants, or
Literally,
fat
why
people
you and your
wearing
woman don't sleep in the same
lingerie,
bed.
It's ridiculous. Like it's trying to deny.
You got that dark chocolate
millions of
pussy
years of
all the way
evolution.
dried up.
Talking about wet ass pussy.
For the sake of love.
Well, it's also just like another thing is that it's not just about like love per se, because something that you'll hear a lot in these sorts of
want my girlfriend
conversations
to
about
compare
beauty
dicks.
standards, and especially like whether or not I should be expected to be attracted to a certain person in spite of
nobody's
particular
talking about that.
characteristics.
See,
Even
that's
though
why
I
we
don't
should
even think this is the majority of them, but I have heard
talk about
trans
second
activists say that
puberty.
if I'm not attracted
From now on,
to a
anytime somebody
transgender
talks about
person,
attraction to trans people, say, let's talk about second puberty
I
instead.
don't want to be in a romantic relationship with
But
somebody who
it
has a
doesn't
penis,
bother
but-
you though, does it? If someone calls you a bigot?
No.
See,
that doesn't bother me.
I think that's another difference between people who lean
makes
right and
Doug's
people who lean
teeth
left.
whiter when he's called a bigot.
People can call me and you racist, bigoted, homophobes, transphobes,
It
whatever.
does
really doesn't
bother you.
us.
He showed
But it does
it.
bother-
Guys,
like,
he
if
clearly
I
showed up
call
today because
someone
it
on the
bothered
left
him. See,
as you're
another lie. It clearly bothered him.
And you're
came on my channel to curse me
you're
out
real racist
because he doesn't care if I
by,
think he's a bigot.
having these low expectations.
Trans
of
existence
certain
is like eating a bowl of maggots.
That really bothers them. I know this because I've done it.
I don't know. I think that like we don't really as far as I'm aware, most of the people that I'm on the right, we don't really care about what people think about us, like the way they talk to us. What we're more
Lying.
concerned with
Why do
is
you run then?
sort of the legal and social implementations they try to put into place to either completely remove us from the public domain or make it extremely difficult to express our opinion on the matter, like the obvious censoring going on like YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like we're just not allowed to have our opinions in the public domain.
Well, you know, and I feel sorry for Christians on this. Like,
I don't care.
Christians
That's why I
have
do this
been
all the time.
I really believe I've gotten away with saying things on YouTube that a guy like Mike Winger couldn't. Like
Who's
he's
Mike
been
Winger?
blocked.
Christian apologist.
I think he even had was in YouTube jail for a week or a month in the past.
YouTube jail.
And
hard time.
Hard time, Wayne.
In him, but I think because I'm
reveals a lot
atheist and
about
atheist
you.
channel, I get away with a lot more
I gotta find
compared to Christians.
No. What?
Yeah, no, I would agree with you that like Christians are they can't get away with saying pretty much anything these days anymore. They say, yeah, I don't really approve of like gay people, and they just get destroyed. Like take the fucking hockey player, right? Like I'm an Orthodox Christian. I do not want to wear a shirt
This is the
because I
point
don't
at
support
which
the LGBT
they
community,
declare
right?
their
I'm not going to wear a shirt that
solidarity
says,
with the
kill all gay
Christian
people,
right.
but I'm not going to wear
This
a
is
shirt that
really
supports
the
them. I
best
do not
part.
support them. I'm an Orthodox
That's
Christian.
100% what
Leave
they're
me alone.
doing.
Okay.
Yep.
No, we need to fine you $1 million,
I
and we
added
need
a
to
link as
fire
a
you, and we
palate
need to kick
cleanser
you off
after
the
this
team
bullshit.
because
It's like
you
3-minute
won't
video.
participate in a political statement that you don't agree with.
But this is why they're losing. Like
not losing.
This idea, this way of talking, is going to lose in the
We're losing
arena of
them.
public
We're
opinion.
losing the white
Because
man.
people
Finally.
can see
Bye,
this for what it
Felicia.
is. They see this as overkill. Sure, someone can give an opinion that they disagree with, but should they lose their job over it?
Yes.
Yep.
Really? Like a lot of people
Yes.
say no. But anyway, I gotta let you go. I got
I'm here to say yes.
Yeah, that's fine, man.
Absolutely.
Yep, take care. Thanks for calling.
Finally. Is it over?
Thank God.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's going to take me so much longer to get back to even normal blood flow in my crotch region after.
Right. I've never had to fuck someone I didn't want to fuck, but I feel like that's what that was. It's not a great experience. It's long. You got shit to do. You could be doing other stuff. You could be doing other people.
I was thinking about it, bro. You had me over. I was just watching the MX-5, bro. Just wishing I was driving.
Hey,
Just
whenever you're ready, bro, get
wishing
over
I
here.
was racing, man. They crazy. But yeah, no, I think Xerxes is a problem. He'll probably go after me in a little video or something. He really shouldn't, because I'm just going to juxtapose it with him saying he doesn't care about me calling him a bigot, with him probably making content about how pissed he is that I think he's a bigot. Interesting.
I like that. You should pretend like you're gonna cut a promo. Like the video starts with you and the normal first view you have, where we see you come out from behind the whatchamacallit, the
Curtain.
curtain, right?
Gorilla position.
Right. And then you just walk up and you look like you're about to say something in the mic, but then you just put the mic down, you press play, and you just show him being a hypocrite like that and just walk off. He ain't even worth the promo.
Oh, wait, we got to get something in there, because this was the Nitty kind of walked off on his ass. Hang on, we should show this before we go. All right, we're just gonna watch it, and then we'll say our piece afterwards. But we're gonna this is a short that Nitty made. Go check out Nitty, link in the description. This is great.
Notice that a lot of my friends get upset with me when I mention, but it's sort of the vindictiveness and the vengefulness of the people on the left. Like, I don't see this a lot with right wingers. Like, I might think you're stupid, but I'm not out to get you. These people are obviously out to get us, and they don't make they're not hiding it. They're just flagrantly telling us, yeah, we're going to make you submit. We're going to force you at the barrel of a gun to comply and accept us. It's not just let me do what I want in the privacy of my own home. It's you have to you forcefully participate in my self-image, and if you don't, you're morally wrong for that.
Yeah, he's lying.
But
absolutely
this
lying.
kind of we should treat every single view as equally, probable or with equal moral value, or to give everyone the same consideration in all situations. I think is one of these well, the alternative is like authoritarianism. Like, it's a false dichotomy. That isn't that isn't the alternative. They're like, oh, well, if we start banning people who want to eradicate gay people from political discourse, then maybe they'll ban people who are right-handed. It's like, what are you talking about? These aren't, there's no slippery slope between these two positions. Yeah, I just think that, I'm kind of ranting about something else now, but I do think this if you just accept that, even if you say, right, I think we should debate every single thing all the time. Okay, if that's your position, you have to, at the bare minimum, accept the fact that that is weaponized against minorities who have historic prejudice.
Stephanie, you said you can't hear and gather?
I can hear it.
Steph, you may need to refresh.
Yeah. Waiting on Stephanie. That's cool.
Yeah, not hurt you, not threaten you, just stop you from supporting the dehumanizing of your fellow human beings that aren't you.
Right.
Yeah, exactly, Carrie-Ann.
Yeah. They have an ideology where, like rights aren't a pie. It's getting rights to someone else doesn't necessarily take away the rights of another person. But patriarchy is a pie. Every time you declare yourself like outside of patriarchy, you're taking away from patriarchy. They need everyone to comply for it to work because it's trash. Just want to say that.
Stephanie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, great.
Prejudice against them, and that
I would defy either Doug or Xerxes to say either one of these ladies is not lovely.
Yeah.
Classically.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'd paint both of them. They're great.
do you think this if you just accept that, even if you say, right, I think we should debate every single thing all the time. Okay, if that's your position, you have to, at the bare minimum, accept the fact that that is weaponized against minorities who have historic prejudice against them, and that means you are condemning them to debate this, even though there's obvious answers for literally the rest of time. There's never going to be a time when someone doesn't want to debate gay marriage, and none of them want to debate gay marriage because we've had a debate. It's an easy proposition. We solved it. It's a solved problem. So really what you're saying is you want them to just be able to continuously campaign to ruin people's lives, and you're going to stupidly let them do it because you've chosen some ridiculous principled position which doesn't really affect you, so it's fine. Sorry, I'm angry about this. It's totally bullshit.
Yeah, no, me
and
too.
it's
That was why
also
I
the
was
kind of
questioning.
thing. Yeah, and it's the kind of thing that, well, I mean, obviously, some cis person who's never talked to a trans person is going to come and be like, oh, decades of rage between two groups. Maybe I can solve this with a podcast debate between the person who lies all the time and has billions of dollars, and then, I don't know, some YouTuber who I trick into it because I tell her it's something different. Like, arrogant dickhead, fuck off. Anyway, if you're
Agreed.
angry about anything I've said, please call in, because I'm more than prepared to debate this much better than I just explained it.
Speaking of potential.
Yeah, that was great. Thanks for doing that, Nitty. Really appreciate that. I was happy to see that when I got up today. I thought that was wonderful. All right, we're done. We made it, and I'll turn it over to the panel to wrap it up. Let's see. Maya, are you? I don't know. Let me see who's on the stage. Maya, are you still here?
She might
be
step
come up. Yeah. All right, go ahead, Wayne.
Hey, I was
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Maya.
There you go.
trying to find my mic.
No worries. I figured you'd come up. Appreciate you. Yeah. What do you think about all this concluding?
I don't know. I don't want to go first.
Oh, no worries.
I don't know. I stand by what I say. I think he's. I mean, again, I think he's misinformed. I think he's getting all of his information from the wrong places. I could be wrong. I'm very, very open to being wrong. But again, I'm not willing to give up on people just because they don't come in with the right talking points. The right is permeating the culture right now. Like, I can't tell you how many Black people I talk to that are espousing right-wing talking points, and they have no idea what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I find that frustrating too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that pisses me off a lot. Much like Stephanie, I try to go in with a good faith effort, and at the point that someone is obviously trolling, I just disengage, whether it's kicking them out or changing the subject or,
Right.
whatever. I don't. For anyone listening, they live to watch us suffer. When you hear things like, I know there's a book out called "The Cruelty Is a Point," but that's a legit thing. They live to see us suffering. So the more we rage, the more we're giving into their narrative, the more they're going to keep it up, and we're fighting ourselves at this point. I think my advice is always to go in with good faith, and at the point that you can't, to disengage. I'm going to tout that till I die. I find it to be more beneficial than raging. But again, I don't expect anyone to substitute their opinion as my own. It's just food for thought.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wayne, go ahead.
Okay. Just for me, all this talk about what is a man, what is a woman, gender roles and shit. I realized, like, in my early 20s, people that try to tell me what a good man is, they're not telling me what a good man is. They think they are, but they're not. They're telling me what a good person is. They're telling me what things a good human should do. You know, there's certain cultural things, of course, hold doors for ladies here in America. You don't hold doors for anyone over in Asia. It's not a thing. But, hold doors for ladies over here, and Christian side hugs and all this other stuff. Like, yeah, you got all that stuff because it's dick related, whatever. But no one could explain to me, even at the highest levels, what it truly meant to be a man without somewhere in there putting in there, like, you should have your boot on somebody's back. Every time, every single time. And that's when I realized, and I was going to church at the time, that's when I realized, like, this patriarchy shit is shit. The only reason we have it is so that illegitimate trash men can stand up on your backs and your necks. Like, they already have the freedom to be whoever they want. Doug has the freedom to be whoever he wants. He clearly does it out here. Xerxes out here saying their stuff. But by you existing, by you just being who you are upsetting them. You are taking away their power and their control, because his position is that you shouldn't be here. And anybody who has the position that you shouldn't be here and you're not doing harm is a fucking asshole. And I want everybody here to remember that shit. I want you to walk bold in your life. Be who the fuck you are, no matter who that is, relative to harm. That's it.
All right, Lena, I noticed you're on the podium. I don't know if you can hear us, but we can hear you if you want to say anything.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
There you go.
I've been here for a bit, but that was back when Xerxes was in here. I wanted to get a chance to talk to him, and I'm kind of bummed to see how it ended, but I get where you guys are coming from, so I'm not going to complain. And I don't really have anything to add at this point. I just wanted to say thanks to everybody for doing this and being here. And thank you, Stephanie, especially.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really enjoy these experiences as much as I find it frustrating, because I honestly want to deal with something, and I honestly think the Xerxes thing was something that would be beneficial to do publicly, because I do think there's a lot of people in our community who either he's a new face to, or if they are familiar with him, they're this revelation that he's on this kind of Doug tip is new to people. And so it bothers me when I hate to say it. I like Tangela to say this. That I enjoy monologues more than dialogues. I often don't want to talk to someone, especially not if that's what's on the agenda today. And then we live in this confrontation culture where you make a public video, but then if you show up to see me respond to it, I've got to let you take over my stream with your bullshit. And then when I'm like, okay, fine, I'll play, but then you're gonna have the conversation, and we're not gonna play your fucking games. No, of course not. They want to play their fucking game. So now, number one, you're interfering with my ability to respond to your content, which is what I'm here for. And it's not lost on me that you're stopping me from doing what I want to do on my channel right now. And number two, you're just gonna do more of the ignorant bullshit that I'm trying to respond to, which I really don't need you here to do in real time. So that pisses me off, but at the same time, I don't know what to do because like so many of you guys, I do want to have the conversation. I often think it's more, one of the things I think about, and maybe we'll try on going forward, is let them sit in the chat and stew. Let them sit in the chat and stew and sit there, and if they want to make comments in the chat, fine, but let them sit there and deal with what we have to say about their shit. And then if they really want to have the conversation afterwards, then let's have the conversation. And I don't know. I'm not saying that is or is not a solution. It's just one of the things I think about, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Because they'd sit in the chat and stew and complain that it wasn't getting a platform, which would have been fine too.
Right.
I mean, that's another option, but it you know.
But yeah, Lean, I appreciate that. Go ahead, Steph.
I get what you're saying, Jay. I mean, but it's really difficult. I wish it had turned out a little bit better, a wee bit gentler.
Me too. Sure.
But but I hope he got my message that let's talk. It's fine.
Don't feel too bad. You have a lifetime of soft skills and practice and a desire to communicate with people. Most men don't. So when you yell at them about them being dumb, don't feel that bad. I want you to know that. Don't feel.
I don't think I yelled at him.
No. I'm
me.
I think I quizzed him
Yeah.
pretty hard.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I boxed him into a pretty goddamn good corner with his.
You did. Yeah. Also, I got to be honest with you. I don't really find Xerxes very impressive. Like he's in a place that I didn't feel like he was making a good faith effort, and I'm here to give people a chance. But part of what I am is they've got to quickly show me they want it. Part of the thing about being a teacher is I have very little tolerance for people who don't want to learn, because I'm so used to being in an opportunity where people are either A, hungry to learn, or B, if they don't, I nevertheless get them to hold them accountable for their lack of genuinely trying. And I don't give C's. I don't even give C's to students who don't try. We give them F's. And I definitely don't give A's to students who just show up. And I get the feeling that these guys, just because you've been an asshole. He was an asshole in this video with Doug. A complete weaponized, toxic piece of shit.
Absolutely. That was an unbelievably piss poor.
And people were rightfully outraged. And then here it is, you have an opportunity to shut the fuck up and hear about the outrage, and you just want to keep being an asshole, and to me it's like, look, that's just where they're at, and I'm not even trying. I hope people don't hear me trying to say that, because I actually don't disagree with Stephanie and don't disagree with Maya. I think if he would have, if he showed up to me, or I had another interaction with him, and he said, look, man, I really want to talk, like, let's actually talk, I'd be happy to. And if he showed up halfway to listen, I'd be happy to apologize and say, hey, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. But he didn't show up on that tip today, and that was very clear. He showed up to insult. He said right away, I don't disagree or regret with anything I said. Okay, well then dude, you're a dick. So it's frustrating, because I don't know how to have a good conversation when I'm pissed at someone because they've clearly demonstrated poor character, and then they want to show up and be a dick, and then somehow it's on me to carry them to a productive conversation. I don't know. I just go, nah. Kids who don't show up to class get F. Kids who show up to class and then don't participate don't pass. I don't know what to tell you.
I'll tell you a story. You want to hear a story?
Sure.
It's not too long. But it's my experience.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. Yeah. No, really.
It was 1959 when I lost my second baby tooth. I was 5-ish going on 6. The shiny dime that appeared under my pillow after the first tooth went missing inspired faith in the awesome power of the tooth fairy, greater than God or even Santa. Something had been bothering me ever since I was even younger. People kept addressing me as a boy, calling me a boy name, trying to make me a boy. I knew I wasn't a boy, but I was scared. I looked like a boy, so I could imagine why everyone thought I was one. I tried to tell my mom and dad about it, but they told me I was a boy, and that was that. And I thought, maybe the tooth fairy knows I'm a girl and will help. So after I showed Mom the tooth, I told her I'd leave it under the pillow with a note for the tooth fairy. She gave me a pencil and paper, and after I said my prayers and was alone, I wrote my child's scrawl on the paper. I wrapped the tooth in it and put it under the pillow. I thought it'd be nice to be another dime. But I'd forgo that if the tooth fairy gave me my wish. I wrote, make me a girl. It seemed simple. Talking to the tooth fairy, surely she'd get it. Without doubt, she'd speak with the authorities and work it out. And I slept. I woke to find my mom sitting anxiously on the bed. She had the paper in her hand. What is this? She asked. I said I thought the tooth fairy could see me as Stephanie, if nobody else could. It was 1958. Mom just couldn't. My mom threw a bit of a nutty. I was scared all over again. I was wrong. I was never to talk about such foolishness again, or there'd be ministers, them first. I was, after all, a preacher's kid. And maybe even psychiatrists to speak to otherwise. The ministers scared me. I knew them. I didn't know about the psychiatrists, but they sounded scary too. If I'd known then what I know now, maybe shrinks would have been helpful. But I had it on good authority at the age of 6 that ever talking about this again would be unfortunate and unwelcome. I was stuck. I was a boy, and that was that. But I wasn't. I learned to pretend, to play boy, and I played adolescent boy, and I played man, and I played it okay. But it hurt me desperately. And from my hurts and play acting came hurts for those close to me as I lived my play act life. Those are the hurts I most regret. It took until 1998 before the dam that was my life burst. I found a good shrink. I came to terms with my dysphoria and fixed it. I sought to heal the hurts my own dishonesty caused others, with some success, some regrets. See, when I was 6, I was told I needed to hide my honesty, conceal my truth. And that's incredibly hard to do when, for whatever reason, your true self and your body are constantly at war. A lot has changed since 1959. The science around sex and gender and cultural acceptance of non-binary kids is wider spread. I would not wish gender dysphoria on my worst enemy, but I literally weep for my brothers and sisters. blessed or cursed with a condition, who now face a cruel government which seems determined to turn the clock back to 1959, which proposes rules and definitions that would view me as play acting now, and would deny me at my core, and worse, would condemn today's transgender kids to the closeted, painful, false shadow life I lived for 40 years. It's unnecessary, unscientific, unhygienic, and overbearingly cruel. The proposed HHS ruling has brought it all flooding back. I know the trans experience is one cis folk have a hard time relating to, but my friends know me and know by me that it is real. The bigots can try to erase our humanity. They will never erase our lives. Thanks to those who've read. Please help us fight. Find compassion for kids and parents dealing with this. Tell HHS not to change its criteria for sex and gender designation on U.S. documents like passports, etc. It's really important. It can save lives. I wrote that in October 23rd, 2018. It's only gotten worse. And that was the first time I went on social media, on Facebook, with all my friends from high school and whatnot, begging them to stand with me, to stand with us. And what is happening now is so much worse. It's the same, but it's so much worse. The burden that's on us, you can't fully grasp how painful these conversations are. And that's a true story that really happened. There are other stories from my childhood that are just like it. This is what I mean when I say it's different when you're at the tip of the spear.
Don't be. Thanks so much for sharing, Stephanie. It was really brave of you. We're going to call it there. And thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. And we'll see you next